1, I remind all present that mobile phones must be switched off before the meeting, as the meeting is being recorded and live streamed. Councillor Champion, would you like to read the acknowledgement of country? It's here. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. Wingecarribee Shire Council acknowledges the Gundungurra and Tharawal people as the traditional custodians of this land. I pay my respect to the traditional custodians, their ancestors who cared for this country for many thousands of years, and their elders and descendants who continue to care for country. I would also like to extend that respect to all Torres Strait Islander peoples, including those here today.
Thank you. Councillors, you're reminded of your oath of affirmation of office made by you under section 233A of the Act and your obligations in the Councillors' Code of Conduct to disclose and appropriately manage conflicts of interest. We have no apology. Oh, we do. Apologies. We have that an absent of leave be granted to Councillor Therese Duffy for the 15th of July 2026. Council meetings. Sorry, we good? Oh. On the grounds of illness of a close family member. Could I get a seconder, please? Councillor Kent. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. We now move to the minutes. Confirming the minutes of the meeting held on the 20th of May 2026. I'll take those as read. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Foley. And I'll put the motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Disclosures of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? No declarations of interest? Okay.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two. I have a declaration of interest form from Mr. Clinton McAllister, the Director Service and Project Delivery, in relation to item 9.2.3, the planning proposal, PP-2025-1979. It's a pecuniary interest and significant. Mr. McAllister lives near the proposed area and will be leaving the chamber. I also have a second one from Dr. Lidgard, the Manager Governance, a non-pecuniary, non-significant. Ms. Lidgard lives near the site, Darrowby Lodge. So this is in relation to the item, the planning proposal, PP 2025-1979, Darrowby Lodge, Broughton Street. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, I circulated a mayoral minute. I'll now move that with a change, and that's up on screen. And the recommendations is that Council note the mayoral minute, and 2, the minutes of the Council meeting be recorded. Record the points of order upheld by the Chair and any rulings made in relation to acts of disorder. Do we have any commentary on this?
Could I ask you that you read it out for the people watching, please?
The whole thing?
Yes, please.
Yep. The mayoral minute provides an update to Council on recent regulatory changes affecting the conduct of Council meetings. At its meeting on the 17th of June 2026, Council considered the disallowance of the regulation prescribing the 2025 Model Code of Meeting Practice. Council subsequently rescinded its December 2025 resolution and reinstated the Code of Meeting Practice adopted on the 19th of February 2025, based on the 2021 Model Code. Since that meeting, the Local Government Amended Regulation 2026 has commenced. The amended regulation introduces a number of changes to the Local Government Regulation 2021 relating to council meeting practice. It also provides that any provisions of a council's Code of Meeting Practice that is inconsistent with local government regulation is void and has no effect to the extent of that inconsistency. The key changes include councillors other than the Mayor or Chairperson of a meeting are prohibited from meeting with staff before meetings of Council or committees of Council discuss matters that are or will be listed on the agenda. Councillors may still ask questions of staff or seek further information about agenda items. However, that information must be provided in writing and, where practicable, published on Council's website before the meeting, unless the matter is confidential under Section 10A of the Local Government Act 1993. Councils are required to authorise the person presiding at the meetings under section of the Local Government Act 1993 to exercise the power of expulsion in response to acts of disorder by councillors or disorderly conduct by members of the public. A councillor who fails to remedy an act of disorder when required to do so by the chairperson may be expelled from successive meetings until the councillor takes the necessary action to remedy the disorder. While it is not necessary to amend Council's Code of Meeting Practice for these new regulatory provisions to apply, Council is required to consider authorising the person chairing the meeting of Council or committee of the Council to exercise the power of expulsion under any person, including any councillor from the meeting pursuant to Section 10.2B of the Local Government Act 1993. I'll also ask governance to record in the minutes any points of order upheld by the Chair and any rulings made in relation to acts of disorder of the meetings. So the recommendation again is to note the minute and to the minutes of council meeting record the points of order upheld by the Chair and any rulings made in relation to the acts of disorder. That was a lot. How'd I go? Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Just a procedural matter, Mr Mayor. Could we make the words on the screen for the public gallery a little larger? I can see some people
I'll see if we can
squinting.
do that. Yeah, I'll get them to work on that. Okay, if no one likes to speak to this, I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? It is carried unanimously. Councillors, I move a procedural motion that we resolve the order of business be changed in order to bring forward the following items by exception, that the officer's recommendation for each item be adopted. The items I would like to deal with by exception are 2, 9.2.4 and 9.2.5. Are there any items within this list that any council would like to speak or vote against? Okay, I'll take a seconder. Councillor Foley. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. And I'll just cross them off, 2 seconds. We now have item 9.2.1, Minjikarribee Development Control Plan. Do I have a mover for this, please? Councillor Farrell, a seconder. Councillor Foley. Councillor Farrell.
Thank you. I accept the officer's recommendation as it is.
Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, the Development Control Plan is not a legislative instrument. It provides guidance to developers. And it also, as we heard from Mr Fredericks, is the document that the community turns to when they want to understand the future intent of development and the character of this area. The DCP has no legal force. Neither the council is not bound by it. It is not a legal forcible document. However, it is a very important document. It is a mandatory consideration, as His Honour found in a case just last year in Ross and Randwick City Council. His Honour found that it is a mandatory consideration when determining modification applications under the EPA Act. And the court also affirmed that whilst a council can apply the DCP with flexibility, it cannot do so if it is not accurate and the council staff cannot point to a provision to explain why they are departing from it. It is critical for the DCP to be accurate and for it to be as complete as possible before we put it on exhibition. Indeed, in the case, it's very similar circumstances to what we find ourselves in. Randwick City Council were in between DCPs, and what was found was the staff member could not point to a provision in the old or the new DCP. And so the decision was overturned. It cost a lot of money for council and it cost a lot of money for the developer. So I submit that we must do the hard work now. We must work with the working group. We must work with the experts, the architects, yes, the developers, and all the planners that we can get so we can get the best minds in the room. Because doing the hard work now will save us much harder work, because down the track we could be exposing our staff to be accountable to an ambiguous DCP and be dragged through into litigation. It will be more hard work for the community who don't know what our vision is in this shire. And it'll be a lot harder work for the developers, who will only have to turn to litigation to get some clarity on what it is we require. So I move the following amendment, Mr. Mayor. In point number 1 of the current officer's recommendation, we replace the word endorse with note, and we delete the words after the attachment 1. Thank you. We delete number 2. We keep the existing number 3, and we add point 4, please. That council implement the Sunset Working Group to meet in August. Actually, I'll say to commence meeting in August with a view to providing a report back to council at the October ordinary meeting. And then point number 4, thank you. Upon consideration of the report, council requests the General Manager to make changes to the DCP to come back to council in the December ordinary meeting.
Okay.
And I'll speak to that.
Happy with
Thank
the
you,
wording
Mr.
there,
Mayor.
councillor?
Just in front of the word report in point number 4 of the, actually after the word report, upon consideration of the report, and then in brackets, referred to in 3, close brackets.
Okay. Councillor Farrell, do you accept these changes?
No.
Could I get a seconder, please? Councillor Russell, Councillor Mollum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As I was saying, it's critical that we get this DCP to the most final state that we can, for the reasons I outlined earlier, but also it's logical. We need to put a near final document on public exhibition so that we can make the most of the public's responses, and we can make the most of the key stakeholders that we have in the community in the working group. And I will at this point thank Councillor Russell for her leadership in suggesting the Sunset Working Group. I think it's an excellent idea. We have got some very smart and engaged people in the community, and we need to make the most of them, because at the end of the day, we want this DCP, we want development to be thoughtful and to be the best that it can be, and to reach the objectives that we want in this Shire. Now, lastly, the Minister's statement of expectation specifically outlines that we must produce an accurate DCP. If there are any time constraints, may I suggest, Mr. Mayor, that we utilise the provisions in that statement of expectations that refers to public interest, and it also refers to any special circumstances that the council might have. If we need to work towards timeframes, then from my reading, and I'm happy to be corrected, but from my reading of the statement of expectations, there is an acceptable understanding that sometimes councils need to take some more time to get something right. So overall, I think it's much harder work if we put an incomplete document to the public. It's much harder work to expose staff to potential litigation, as was the case in the Randwick City Council case just last year. It's much harder work for developers, and it's much harder work for the community to have an incomplete DCP dragged through the next 5 years. We must do the hard work up front to get the best for this shire and the best for our community.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Question to the General Manager through you, Mayor, please. Can I just get some comment on this proposal? In particular, we've heard lots of back and forward about when is the best time to engage a working group, how complete the document needs to be, how long the process will take. Is it the council's intent, well, would the council agree, the council staff, that this cadence is appropriate or not? And also, I can't see in the proposed amendment this idea of a complete document just yet in the drafting, but just some comments to that as well, because as a councillor who's no expert in this area, I've got lots of things going around my head.
Did you get that? Yes. Yep.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
General Manager.
Thank you. Mr McCabe, if you'd like to respond, and perhaps Ms Linton may wish to add. Thank you.
For you, General Manager, I'll try and answer your question, Councillor Ken, as best as I can. Mr Frederick spoke about the consolidation of 3,700 pages down to 500 odd. And, you know, I think there's a difference between consolidating and optimising. Be quite clear there. And in relation to optimising, I don't necessarily agree with the Speaker's comments about the speed to be able to achieve that. Council have limited resources, and you put more resources to something, you're stealing it away. I don't particularly agree with it being the most important document that councillors are to consider. I would debate that, and I could give examples. And you've also got to understand that the DCP applies to DAs, doesn't apply to exempt and complying development. So if you look at your other DA report, it has some annual numbers, and we received 400 odd DAs in the year. So that's what it applies to, not all of development. The other point I'll make is there's a lot of discussion around the 9.1 directions of the Minister by Mr Fredericks around housing diversity and greenfield sites. The two planning proposals before you clearly recommend urban release areas, and that triggers section 6 of our local environmental plan, which has a site-specific DCP for those. So the comment around, oh, we have to do it now, we have to do it comprehensively because greenfield's coming and housing diversity's coming, they're going to be addressed on site-specific planning proposals. That's the other point. Mr Fredericks actually spoke around the objectives. It's one of the things we've refreshed, and I actually find it quite refreshing for him to acknowledge that and spoke about the importance of those. And then when you relate that to the Minister's expectations, which were released at 1 July, the clear prescription in those expectations are clearly aren't on objectives. So we have addressed that. I don't see any reason why it can't be on public exhibition. I don't see the risk. You have 3,700 pages now across 17 DCPs. I can give examples of DAs which have been determined where applicants have submitted documentation completely wrong and in error because they're referencing the wrong DCP. And some councils are aware of that. So this is fixing that type of process.
Councillor Kent, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, thanks very much. Last question, please. In the officer's recommendation in the business paper, when was the proposed Sunset Working Group to first meet in terms of the cadence of this activity?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr McCabe. To you, Mr McCabe, sorry.
Through you, General Manager, I believe it was to be established through the EOA process, and then obviously the 42-day exhibition period, and then selection of that working group, and then meeting thereafter. So I would say for a formal EOI would at least have to be 14 days, and then determining the membership, etc. So you could meet during the exhibition period, but it would be towards the end would be the earliest I'd suggest.
Councillor Smith and Councillor Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through you, a question of the General Manager. Could we possibly have an oversight for the rationale behind this approach? So the approach of consolidation first, the community consultation, and then that long multi-year sort of process, please?
General Manager.
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to add to what the Director said in his response before about the 42-day exhibition period, because it is an extended period, it is possible to go through the EOI, have the Sunset Working Group operating towards the end of the exhibition period. The benefit of that is that that working group would have a sense of the broader feedback rather than simply relying on a smaller working group. That working group could then actually consider that broader feedback, help them formulate their feedback before the report comes back to Council. I might ask Ms Linton to answer your specific question, Councillor Smith.
Through the General Manager, so as we've spoken a lot about today, there are 17 DCPs, so it is quite difficult to review and update them. The structure and content is different. There's similarities across them, but there's also differences. So in terms of our ability at the moment to actually respond to changes in the planning framework, it's incredibly difficult for us to update the DCPs. So part of the rationalisation of actually putting it all into one document means that it is easier for us to make updates, and it's easier for us to respond to what the state government is doing as well. So we know that legislation gets updated, state government issues new controls. Having it actually in one document means that we can respond to that. The rolling review program was established to acknowledge that although planning can move quite slowly in New South Wales, sometimes it does move quickly, and it gives us an established framework to continually monitor and review the DCP. The idea with the rolling review program as well is that it doesn't end after the 5-year mark, it would start again. So it's a continual process of making our DCP better. That's an ongoing cycle, that will never end. Having these incremental updates, if I can put it that way, means that we're not trying to do these large updates in one go, which are time consuming and resource heavy. By making it more of a living document and being able to update it regularly, it means that it remains more current, it's better for staff, it's better for the community, and it's better for developers.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, a question to the General Manager, please. I note in the amendment that's before us that we are, it's proposed that we are adopting the terms of reference that are currently in the report. However, and then with some detail that the working group would be to make changes to the DCP, come back to Council, so that the recommendations from that working group would come back to Council in point 4 of the amendment. It's my understanding that the current terms of reference don't allow for that. Does that mean that there's an inherent contradiction in this particular proposal?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It may be a question, Councillor Champion, you may wish to clarify with Councillor Moylan in terms of her intent with points 3 and 4.
Thank you, if I may.
Sure.
A question
Councillor Moylan,
through
can
you,
answer
Councillor
that,
Moylan. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, to you, Councillor Moylan. Just wondering if you could clarify your intent there and if there's any changes you need to make that clearer. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Champion, for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Champion. The Sunset Working Group is advisory. There has been an interest from the community to make it collaborative. So I've left it as is. My intention is for the advice or the collaborative advice to be put into a report, come back to the General Manager to then incorporate into the DCP, and then we can decide as a council what we include or what we exclude. And I'll also say at this point, I'm happy for anybody to make any changes to the terms of reference for the Sunset Working Group, if they see the need.
Councillor Champion.
I would just like to foreshadow that I have an amendment that's similar but would resolve what I perceive to be a contradiction in this text. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, I'll now put this amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Russell, Councillor Champion, Councillor Moylan. All those against? Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. That is lost. Councillor Champion, you have an amendment.
Thank you. I have actually sent this through to Ms. Lidgard. I'll read it out for your benefit. Actually, first, sorry, no, I need to read it out to you. May I speak to, no, sorry. The proposal I have sent through, this amendment says, apologies, that council defer the public exhibition of the draft Wingecarribee Development Control Plan 2026 until this should be small letters and it's formatted strangely. All currently endorsed council policies have incorporated into the document, including but not limited to the Bowral Town Centre Master Plan, the Southern Highlands Innovation Precinct Master Plan, the Robertson Place Plan, the Wingecarribee Local Housing Strategy, etc. And the document has been updated and checked for consistency with New South Wales state legislation, particularly those regarding hazard management, i.e. floods and bushfire. Point 3, the DCP Sunset Working Group, established by council resolution on 17th of June, has been appointed and completed a preliminary review of the draft documentation in collaboration with staff. Point 4, the working group has delivered an advisory report to council to be presented in the chamber by a nominated community member of the working group who is empowered to respond to council questions. And, those should be A, B, C, D. And then point 2, the Sunset Working Group terms of reference be updated consistently with the timelines and responsibilities outlined in Clause 1.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Farrell, do you accept this amendment?
No.
Councillor Champion, I'll need a seconder. Councillor Russell, Councillor Champion.
Thank you. Look, I am wholeheartedly in support of these reforms and the DCP work that's being done, the work of the staff to rationalise and eventually review these documents in the rolling review plan. I think it's important. I think the progress is really good. And Ms Linton's comments about how clear it is, are clear about how unwieldy it is having 17 DCPs at the moment. And my intention here is not to unnecessarily delay or make things difficult. However, specific issues have been raised, and we discussed this at length at the last council meeting, and I don't want to go over the same concerns that have already been discussed, because there was a reason why we deferred the DCP for a month. It was very clear to me, though, that as structural constraints were introduced from the Office of Local Government during that month, that we weren't able to execute our motion as resolved. So I just wanted to go back to the intention of what we were trying to do at the last meeting and be more specific, and particularly to bring a motion that rather than deferring based on time, we are deferring based on outcomes that we would like to see to resolve some of the concerns that have come from the community. So the stated purpose of this group, the working group, is for collaboration between staff and stakeholders and for the review and finalisation of the draft DCP to then go on exhibition. To proceed to exhibition tonight before the group has had a chance to meet and review the document, I think renders the group's establishment not redundant, but not not implemented as intended, or as I understood it to be intended at our last meeting when we made that resolution. I think we must let this group do the work we tasked them with before we ask the broader public for their time and their feedback. I believe that amendment, this amendment on the table here, honours the intention of the resolution we made at the last meeting and honours the time and skill of community members who will be giving us feedback during exhibition.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A question through you of Councillor Champion, if I can. Can you just speak to point 1.A a little bit more to clarify that, or if you can?
Yeah, the reason why I've included this is because I think we have, there's an acknowledgement in the community, and I have had this feedback during the week that we've had the business papers, that there's a lot of adopted master plans that exist in that have been adopted by council, that have done a lot of the community consultation for the development of various different areas in the Shire, and those plans sitting by themselves don't have the opportunity to be implemented, whereas if they can just be recognised, just incorporated in their existing form into the draft DCP document, then we have an opportunity to bring in the associated consultation that's gone into developing those. It's just respecting the existing documents.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, a question of the General Manager. Are there any issues or concerns with 1.A? Would that be problematic in any way?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr McCabe.
Through you, General Manager, speaking to those individual items that are listed in 1A, maybe I'll work in reverse. The Wingecarribee Local Housing Strategy, there's no DCP considerations related to that strategy, so I don't think that would apply. Robertson Place Plan and the Barrel Town Centre Master Plan, there would have to be LEP considerations and amendments done in parallel with a DCP. So things like minimum lot size, through site links on sites to create public points of access. So to do a DCP in response to a place plan, which recommends also amendments to an LEP, should be done simultaneously. So that's why I'd recommend not. And then the other one is Southern Highlands Innovation Park. You've resolved for a site-specific DCP for that in parallel with a planning proposal.
Okay, who else like to speak to this? Councillor Mollem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question through you to Councillor Champion. Would you be open to adding in 1B the most recent New South Wales state legislation? I'm particularly thinking about the flood framework. I would like to see the 2023 flood framework.
Sorry, Councillor, we can't amend an amendment, so it'd have to be seen through, and then if there's a further amendment, you can move that after. So anyone else like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Russell.
Through you, Mayor Fitzpatrick, to Councillor Champion, would you be interested in foreshadowing an amendment to take on board some of the Director's considerations?
Again, Councillor Russell, you can foreshadow. If Councillor Champion wants to foreshadow, she'll raise that. Would else like to speak to this?
Thank you for the invitation. I do have some backup amendments in my pocket should this not be successful, specifically around that would include removing point A.
Okay, would else like to speak to this? Councillor Mollem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll speak to this amendment. I'm in support of this amendment. I think it's very well considered. I can see where Councillor Champion is going with 1A. The intention here is to make sure that we have a fulsome approach to all of the different development and the different master plans that we have going on. I note that the Wingecarribee Local Housing Strategy is subject to review, but I'm not going to let process get in the way of a good idea here. I also particularly commend Councillor Champion on making sure that the working group is working to the intention, where they provide the advice back in a report to council, and then it is presented and talked to by a member of the working group. And my only concern is I want to make sure that we get the most up-to-date flood framework embedded here. That's particularly important with Bowral South development, Mr Mayor, which, as we know, is a flood-prone area. So other than that, I'm in full support of this amendment.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to speak to this. Councillor Kent.
I'll just foreshadow a further amendment to this, which will see the Sunset Working Group meet concurrently with the current draft being on exhibition.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to speak to this amendment. Councillor Moyle.
So I will foreshadow an amendment to this amendment that we put in 1B after with New South Wales state legislation. With the most recent New South Wales state legislation, and then after floods, put 2023 flood framework.
Okay, so we'll deal with this amendment. We'll go to Councillor Kent's amendment, then we'll go to Councillor Moylan's amendment. Councillor Champion, sorry, do you have a question before we proceed?
Yes, I would just like to foreshadow another amendment that
You
would...
can withdraw if you like and put another one up, or you
I
like
would like to see this through, if that's okay. I just want to foreshadow another amendment that doesn't include points A or B, but effectively includes points C and D.
Okay, all right. Anyone like to speak to this? Okay, I now put this amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Farrell, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Farrell. You for? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Farrell, Councillor... Sorry, I'll just start that again because I've confused myself. All those for the amendment. Councillor Champion, Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan. All those against? Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. We're back now at the original. Councillor Kent, you had a foreshadowed motion. You have an amendment to... I'll just wait till that governance catches up there. And it was to have it meet in parallel, is that correct, Councillor Kent?
Have some proposed wording. So that's the original, yep. So we have a new point 4, please, which simply says the summit working group meet. Sorry, the summit. It is a bit of a summit, potentially. The Sunset Working Group meet during the public exhibition period, and the outcomes of that meeting be incorporated into 2 above.
Okay. Councillor Farrell, do you accept... Sorry, I'll just let the words come up first.
Yes, I'll accept that.
Okay, we'll just finish the words up before we proceed.
It was the summit that put everyone off. Meet the Sunset Working Group the Sunset Working Group meet during the public exhibition period. And the outcomes of that meeting be incorporated in 2 above.
Just double check that wording one last time, Councillor Kent.
Be incorporated in point 2 above. Yeah, could probably I just use the number 2 because it's the number 2 above. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. And Councillor Farrell, I'll just ask again, do you accept this amendment?
Yes, I understood that's what he was on about anyway.
Okay. I will... So this has now become the motion. So we had a further amendment from Councillor... I believe we were going to go to Moylan first. We'll get your words.
Mr Mayor, so my foreshadowed amendment was based on Councillor Champion's amendment, so this is quite different.
We'll bring that wording back up and then I'll get you to amend that. I'm sorry, just to clarify, with Councillor Champion, just for expediation, we use an agreement with each other on the two amendments, or no? They're both foreshadows. Did you have the same foreshadow? Okay, sorry. Okay. Councillor Moylan, there's the Councillor Champion's original one. If you could show us the changes in there, please.
Certainly. So in 1B, after the word with, so for consistency with the most recent New South Wales legislation. Thank you. And then after the word floods, put that is, oh, that is floods. So put that is flood framework 2023. Sorry, so flood, instead of delete the S. Thank you. Flood, delete that is. Thank you very much. And Mr Mayor, I've just tabled a document which is a letter from Mr Tristan Ryall, who speaks to this and the importance of this, particularly considering Barrel South development.
Okay, thank you. We'll table that. And just to catch everybody up at home watching, so we've had a few amendments. We had Councillor Kent move an amendment and add in a point that it runs in parallel. That was accepted by Farrell. So that is the existing motion. We then had Councillor Moylan change some wording to Councillor Champion's original amendment. That is what is before us now. So I will ask Councillor Farrell, do you accept this motion? Sorry, this amendment?
No, I do not.
Okay, we'll need a seconder for this. Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have focused on the flood component here. Obviously, flood risk is deadly serious. We heard from Mr Fredericks in the public forum that any DCP without the most up-to-date flood framework or legislation is an obvious risk and would create a lot of confusion if we had an outdated flood framework in it. So I am certainly a councillor who has advocated for flood safety. I've advocated strongly against Barrel South development because of the known flood risks. And I am very grateful to Mr Tristan Ryall, who has sent us all an email outlining those risks, which I have now tabled. It is critical that we have the most updated flood framework in this DCP. And in my view, we must wait until we have got that in there. That is a high priority to me. It's a high priority to the community. And it's a high priority to developers as well. They need to know exactly what the rules are and what our expectations are when it comes to flood.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent.
Question to the General Manager, please, through you, Mayor. Flood, the discussion of flood. I'm on the flood committee. Obviously, we have things coming before us at various times to do with flooding. Can I get a comment as to whether this point B is a necessity at this point in time for the DCP, or whether those provisions would necessarily apply?
General Manager.
Through Mr Mayor, Ms Linton, would you like to explain about the Barrel South DCP? Thank you.
Through the General Manager. So just to be clear, with Barrel South, we are proposing a site-specific DCP, so this consolidated one would not apply. Just to clarify as well the differences between what's currently in the DCP and the updated framework, it's largely around the idea of flood risk precincts, and it goes into more detail about flood events. So we are still meeting our legislative responsibility. It is a significant body of work to do this as well. I would anticipate it takes at least 12 months, purely because there's a lot of mapping work that we need to do to reflect the updated precincts that are in the new manual.
Okay, Councillor Foley, I believe you had a question?
My question was quite similar to my colleagues, but the question was to the General Manager through you, Mr Mayor. There's been a lot of reference to Barrel South in discussion of this DCP. My understanding was that it would have a site-specific DCP, therefore the current DCPs wouldn't apply, and I believe that question has been answered.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Russell?
Through you, Mayor Fitzpatrick, to the General Manager. Since we received the flood framework in 2023, how have we incorporated that into it? What work has been done to incorporate it into our documents?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Mr Robinson, could you talk briefly about the work that we do in terms of giving consideration to potential flood affectation in our work? I understand that's quite broad, but if you're able to give a bit of an answer for the councillor, thank you.
No worries. Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mr Mayor, that's a huge question. In terms of, I guess, what have we done since 2023, since the release of the floodplain manual? Obviously, in terms of in relation to the DCP, updates to the DCP are coming in the form of this consolidated DCP in the first instance, and then with the rolling program. Our focus in terms of floodplain management has been on progressing the update of the Bowral flood study for Bowral Township, as well as progressing the stormwater master plans for Yerrimbul, for Hilltop, for Collowvale, for New Berrima and for Bundanoon. Yerrimbul, of which has been adopted, the 3 villages of which public exhibition will commence the coming week. And so I guess our focus has been more so on the continual rollout and update of actual flood studies. All that withstanding, council is still required and council officers are still required to assess DAs and applications in accordance with the gazetted floodplain manual of 2023. And so DAs are being assessed with greater consideration of PMF, flooding and the residual risk that creates. But we just haven't had the chance to reflect that into our DCP documents, along with all of the associated mapping and tools that we need to have with that, such that we can't just set applicants up to meet requirements that we can't then communicate how that plays out across the Shire. So we have the data as part of all of the flood studies that have been completed, but it's a huge consolidation and recutting of the data to divide them up into the new risk precincts.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Mayor Fitzpatrick, through you to the General Manager, have we had any legal advice on having this document out on draft exhibition with the old flood studies in it when there are actually new ones, and what mixed messages that might send to any applicants?
General Manager?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe that Mr Robinson explained that as applications are assessed, they are assessed in accordance with the floodplain management framework. However, Mr McCabe, do you wish to add anything further?
Directly to your question, no. In relation to legal advice, no.
So through you, Mayor Fitzpatrick, to the General Manager, in putting out a draft consolidated DCP with the old flood mapping, what risks have been assessed in regards to what community members may be able to do, seeing that this is looking at being a forward-facing document, you know, for the future?
General Manager?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Ms Linton, thank you.
Through the General Manager, so the draft DCP does not apply to development applications. The legislation's quite clear on that. So in terms of risk, if people are lodging a DA, it's assessed against our current framework until the DCP is adopted. And as part of that, Council is required to publish a notice on our website of the date that comes into effect. So even if the decision is made to adopt it, it doesn't come into effect that day. We have to publish it on our website and notify and say this comes into effect on this day. So the draft DCP does not apply to development applications. It's not a consideration.
Okay. Okay.
So Mayor Fitzpatrick, sorry to press this point, and it's not pressing, I'm just curious. However, I still don't understand why including the DCP onto public exhibition without updated flood mapping is a timely use of our ratepayers' time, if nothing else, if we haven't actually... I don't understand why we're placing anything on public exhibition at this point. Frankly, if it's just exactly what we've had before, why are we placing something on public exhibition if it's not improved in terms of our future planning?
Specifically with flooding,
With everything.
Shadow Manager?
Before I go to Ms Linton, what I would say, and it goes back to the purpose of the project, and the purpose of the project was to consolidate 17 individual DCPs that are approximately 3,800 pages into one consolidated DCP that is more easily understood, so concise, less confusing for planners, for community and for staff, and not conflicting. So that was step one. So that's what the consolidated DCP provides. And what the officers have proposed is that there be a rolling program, as Ms Linton has explained, about refining that and adapting that. Now, there is a program contained in the report, but there will be things that will come through from the state that we will need to also be responsive to. The program is a proposed program. If councillors see some elements more important or more pressing than others, and if councils have a mind to keep to that program, there's the opportunity to move those priorities if councils have a mind. But the step one was to consolidate, to make it easier for people to understand our planning controls, the planning that we have currently, and then to incrementally address the various elements. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Ms Smith?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Another question through you to the General Manager. So with that in line, I assume that means that part of that objective was because we've had a priority around speeding up DAs, and so I assume that this has been a roadblock to that. Would that be a correct assumption?
General Manager?
Through Mr Mayor, I think that would be fair.
Okay. That's like Councillor Russell.
Mayor Fitzpatrick, through you to the General Manager, on a model of continuous improvement, could it be perceived as more efficient if we paused now, had a productive pause now, and then we wouldn't have to go on putting things out on public exhibition as rolling reviews happen? Could we actually, with the agility of our community, streamline the process? Could you see an opportunity for improved efficiency of resources and staff time?
General Manager?
Mr Mayor, I believe what the staff have put forward to the council is a program of continuous improvement and a rolling program. This isn't the only thing that the team are working on. The program is based on what the team believe needs to be the priority. First, we're simplifying and consolidating so it's easier to navigate. And then secondly, looking at a rolling program of foundational improvements. First up, natural hazards, which includes flood, bushfire, stormwater and mapping, heritage controls, core DCP usability in terms of greater graphics, greater guidance, and then applicant information and interpretation, which goes to Councillor Smith's point. And I think the point that the Director made earlier that there has been some confusion with applicants not necessarily understanding which of the 17 DCPs would apply to their proposal. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor Fitzpatrick, sorry.
Yep.
I have another question for the General Manager. And General Manager, I actually appreciate how important presentation is to you. And in terms
Councillor, can I get to your question, please?
Yes,
Yep.
what document we're putting it. Did you get a chance, because I know documents are shared with you, did you get a chance to review the input that Architecture Republic provided to Council on just some of the anomalies, even in this draft, that might suggest that there's room for improvement in terms of the sort of quality we'd even want to put out on public exhibition?
General Manager?
I think has been noted in this chamber, Councillor Russell, particularly by Councillor Moylan, that Mr McCabe and his team are very skilled planners. Yes, we do review the business paper together, and I have full confidence in my staff and my team. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else like to speak to this? Okay. I'll now put this amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan. All those against? Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick.
I've foreshadowed, and I would like to foreshadow an amendment, Mr Mayor.
Yep. So we will go to Councillor Champion's amendment now.
So I'm just stating I want
sorry,
to foreshadow
apologies.
an
Yep.
amendment, and I've sent it through to Ms Lidgard.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Champion. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to sort of reorientate. So we're back at the motion, which has included Councillor Kent's change, correct?
Yeah, so if we can just pull that up so everyone understands. We're back at the substantive motion, which is now the officer's recommendation with a further component from Councillor Kent that was having the working group run in line. Yep, so that in front of you now, that's the substantive motion. And you had an amendment to that.
Thank you. I just want to be clear that I think the motion as it stands is an improvement on the recommendation, and thank you to Councillor Kent and Councillor Farrell for making that change. However, I do think that we can take it slightly further to be consistent with the resolutions that we made at the last meeting. You know, I'm offering a streamlined version of what I was talking about earlier, and I have sent this through to governance. Sorry, I'm getting so lost. There's been so many amendments. Sorry. This is my second amendment. That the DCP, Ms. Lidgard, I've just sent you 3. It's the second one that I would like to include here, please. That the DCP Sunset Working Group is appointed and convened prior to the completion of the exhibition period and is given, oh my God, this isn't right. Sorry, I'm sorry. Could we go to somebody else's amendment? I've made a mistake.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you. I'm going to try something. We'll see if it works. No, I won't. My head might get chopped off, but I've been asked to stand up for my community. So, have we got it up?
That's up in front of us.
Thank you.
So, amend the current press. Terms of reference. Okay, so you got. Okay, yep. This is Councillor Russell's amendment with the Tristan Rail stuff being in there. Yep.
That's correct.
Okay.
And if you want to get a seconder, and I'll read it out, that Council directs the General Manager to defer the public exhibition of the draft Wingecarribee Development Control Plan 2026 to amend the current process of DCP review and consolidation to combine the rolling review and consolidation process to support all work that can be done is conducted for efficiency purposes. 3, the terms of reference Sunset DCP Working Group proposed by Tristan Ryle be adopted as the terms of reference. And 4, a reviewed timeline for exhibition readiness is suggested by the Sunset DCP Working Group.
Okay. A seconder for this. Sorry, Councillor Farrell, do you accept this? Go ahead.
No, I do not.
Councillor Russ. Sorry, we got a seconder. Councillor Moylan, you had your hand up. Councillor Russell.
We have an opportunity to kick some goals in a really efficient manner, in full collaboration with our community, and achieve the outcomes we want in terms of our development assessment approval timelines if we adopt this amendment. We know from speaking with our community that the process might not be as difficult as and burdensome as staff have felt it to be if we're collaborative and agile through the Sunset Working Group. The rolling review process could take longer than 3 months. It might take 4 months. However, it won't take 3 years. We can see this done efficiently within our term of council. Mayor Fitzpatrick, I know that you want to see an outcome here. You want to see a really efficient outcome to our DCP and be able to tick that box and see it off. I know that our community wants something clear in terms of the direction of how their streets and towns will look like sooner rather than later. We can get bogged down in the detail, and sometimes with different perspectives coming on board, all of a sudden we can see that we can do things differently, we can improve. This is turn the curve thinking. If I look at results-based accountability, which is what we should be doing in local government in terms of making sure that we're looking at what's the result we want. We want a really tight and tidy DCP in the shortest possible amount of time. So at this point, we ask ourselves questions. What are the questions we ask? Well, how much did we do to get to this point? Well, arguably, we took a long time just to get chapter headings back with the first consultant on this that could have been done in 45 minutes with a bit of help from looking at other DCPs. Now, we're how long into this process? A whole year. And it's taken us a year to get to the consolidation of all of these documents. We can do better than this. All of the journey up till now has been an understanding. It's been a learning journey, and now we can pause and reflect. How well did we do it? I believe we can do better. Is anyone better off? Well, we're not there yet, are we? But I would prefer to see that we do this all in once, one go, so that when we're putting it out to our community, we're putting it out to our community once, not a rolling review over the next few years of consultation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent.
Some observations, firstly, about point 3.
So you're speaking to it?
I'll speak to it, yes. I'm very, very concerned about aspects of this draft proposed by Tristan Ryle. And I'd like the General Manager please to comment on Section 3, membership and voting rights. In addition to my comments, first of all, there's this idea that there's 2 councillors on the committee, on the working group. I'm not sure, being a development thing, I'd like some comments on that. And then this idea that architects, developers, basically a group of people that are outside of the council organisation are the ones that have voting rights in this working group, and that council staff are in attendance and non-voting participants. Can you get some comment on that, please?
Okay. Do you want a specific, are you good with that, or you want a specific question? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Kent. What I would say is that to get the best outcome, you do need multiple perspectives. We employ professional staff here for their expertise, their qualifications, their experience, and their skill. We also use consultation and engagement to seek a broad range of feedback from industry, from developers, from practitioners, from government, and from mum and dad applicants, if you want to say that. So I think that the terms of reference that were put to council enable that. That's the officer's advice. Mr McCabe, is there anything in addition you'd like to say?
Through you, General Manager, in relation to what was proposed by Mr Ryle, I think a number of the provisions are inconsistent with the legislative framework which governs the preparation of DCPs, particularly where they suggest working groups would participate in statutory decision-making or have the authority to amend planning controls. Those functions are conferred to council under the Environmental Planning Assessment Act, cannot be delegated through terms of reference. And so adopting the document as drafted would create uncertainty in my mind. The other thing I'll point out is there's particular membership, but other members of the community aren't represented at all, like just a general resident, which I find quite alarming. Mr Frederick spoke about the need for engineers. That isn't even mentioned. Anyway, thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A question of the General Manager, please, through you. Councillor Russell made the comment that we took a long time to get chapter headings done. I'd like to ask the General Manager to speak to that. That sounds rather dismissive of the hard work of one of our teams that are so under pressure, particularly from us as council. So I'd like to get your response to that comment, please.
General Manager.
Through Mr Mayor, I think there was a bit more involved than that. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Moylan, we'll go Councillor Champion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll talk to this amendment. Thank you, Councillor Russell, for the leadership you've shown in this amendment. I think it touches on a lot of key points, but let's be clear. What this chamber seems to be divided on is whether we put a final draft out on public exhibition or whether we put this very initial draft, which we have acknowledged has a lot of work to be done. That's what the crux of the issue is. Do we put a lot of information out on public exhibition for the public to respond to, or do we put a little bit of information out that we know will change substantially later on? And I'm going to use an example, Mr Mayor, and this is going to be an example outside of the DCP, so please bear with me. And I'm going to use this example to illustrate my point. If a lawyer sends to you a draft contract and there's hardly anything in it and it doesn't respond to your brief, do you honestly expect your lawyer to say, you fill in the gaps, you tell me what you think, but I'm still going to charge you for my time? No, you would expect your lawyer to provide the best and most final draft of that contract to you based on your brief so that you can then respond to it, and it's a lot more productive way to work. And you will get to your end objective a lot faster. This is how I see this working. We must put in the hard work first and up front with the working group. We have got so many stakeholders in our community who are so engaged, and then we can put it on public exhibition. And then we also involve the community who aren't in the planning or the development sector. So this is the crux of the issue. And Mr Mayor, I'll also, through you, ask a question to Councillor Smith and Councillor Kent. I've heard a lot of questions come back to staff on this. I'm really interested in understanding why you want to put the initial draft out before onto public exhibition, rather than doing the hard work up front. I haven't been convinced of your position. I've just heard you ask a lot of questions. I would like to know why you honestly think we should put a lean document out on public exhibition rather than make it a fulsome document so that the public has everything to respond to. Please convince me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Champion, you had, sorry, we're in the amendment. You had a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to the General Manager. Just about point 2, how possible is it to roll the rolling review and consolidation process in together? I'm really sorry if you spoke to this briefly before, but I just would like some clarification on whether that's possible.
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I do have an answer, but I think Ms Linton would really like to respond. So, Ms Linton.
Through the General Manager, that is a significant body of work and that would take years to achieve, in all honesty. The reason we've identified the rolling review program is so that we can stage it and undertake further work that's required. As I've said, with the flood work, that's at least a 12-month project. So by trying to roll the rolling review program into one, it's going to delay it significantly. And then the reality is, with the way the planning's moving, if we do all of that work, we'll likely have to start again before it's ready to go on exhibition again. It's like the Harbour Bridge. You paint it and then they have to go back and start again. So that's, again, another reason why we looked at the rolling review program for the DCP. It's that acknowledgement that things continue to change and we need to continue to make updates. If we wait until everything's done, we'll need to go back and start again.
Okay. Councillor Foley.
Yes, I'll speak against this amendment. I think what this does come down to the crux of, and I'm on the same page as you, Councillor Mullen, actually. I think what we're discussing here is whether we put the draft on exhibition now, the consolidated draft, or whether we wait until we have a document that is polished and perfect. And I think there can be two sides of the same coin when we're looking at that issue. And when I think about it, if we're questioning whether we put the consolidated DCP on exhibition now, we have to ask, what do we gain by putting it on exhibition now? And I think that there is actually a lot to gain by getting the draft consolidated version out there. Namely, we're looking at something that it's a 500-page document that staff and the community and the architects and designers and developers can use, as opposed to what is being used currently, which is 17 different documents, 3,600 pages, which is actually making life harder for people. And so when we're looking at this consolidation, that was the brief, that was the project, this is the first stage. And if we do put it on exhibition, I think that we do have a chance to gain feedback from a wide range of people. And we have this working group, this wonderful working group that I'm so excited to see what comes out of it. And I want to see that work being done, but I also don't want that working group to, I want to see feedback from the whole community as well. I want to see that feedback from the experts and the whole community. And I think that if we can find a way to do that by putting the DCP on exhibition now, it's in consolidation. It was never intended to be the final product. So that's why I'm against this development. I'd like to, this amendment, and I'd like to go back to the previous one.
Okay. Councillor Champion.
I would just like to say briefly that I will not be supporting this amendment because of my concerns about point 2 specifically.
Okay. I now put this amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan, all those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. We're now at the substantive motion, which again, I'll just clarify for everybody, was the officer's recommendation with the amendment made by Councillor Kent and accepted by Councillor Farrell. Councillor Champion.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to my foreshadowed amendment that I foreshadowed earlier and then kind of blundered my way through and passed on to Councillor Russell, if that's okay.
That's the one.
I'll just check because obviously I've made some errors. Yes, thank you.
Councillor Farrell, do you accept this?
No.
Councillor Champion, I've got a seconder for this. Councillor Russell, Councillor Champion.
Thank you. Look, I don't want to drag this out any longer. I think my intention here with this amendment is to build on the changes that have been made by Councillor Kent, but with the small change that we would be deferring exhibition until after the initiation of the Sunset Working Group, and also asking that working group to provide an advisory report to council that be presented in the chamber. I think to Councillor Moylan's point that there's a division in the chamber, perhaps we are talking about whether or not to go on exhibition now or not. However, I do believe that we can still reach agreement on the best way to proceed, given that we did resolve to defer at the last meeting. We resolved to implement a working group, as Councillor Foley pointed out. I think there's a lot of enthusiasm for what we can learn from that working group. It's very exciting, and I believe those actions were connected. We deferred for a reason. I would like to go back to the intention of that in the simplest form that I can bring to the chamber, which is to ask for the working group's advice before we go on exhibition, so that we can get the best possible information from the community when we do go on exhibition. I have no interest in deferring until perfection, simply until we have that advice.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this. Councillor Moylan.
I'd like to commend Councillor Champion on this amendment. I think it is spot on. I think we will achieve the optimal outcome because we will have the input from the Sunset Working Group. We will have also the input from the community and the public exhibition. It has everything in it in this amendment, and I think there is provision in the working group being able to address the issues that I raised earlier about the flood mapping being out of date. We can work through that and we can take our time, not to get it perfect. I don't agree with Councillor Foley on putting a perfect document out to a public exhibition, but we can make it a final draft. We can do our best. So I think this is the optimal solution. We have the working group, we have the community involved, and we are brought along with the process. So thank you, Councillor Champion, and thank you for your leadership in this.
Okay, let's speak to this. Okay, I'll now put this amendment. All those in favour, Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Smith. All those against, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Fitzpatrick. I'll use my casting vote to go back to the substantive motion. Okay, would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Kent.
Just to thank Councillor Foley for her perspective earlier, and to say we should be hearing from everybody, not just people in the industry. We want to hear from the public as well, because it affects the whole Shire, affects everybody. So to have a concurrent review process, I think is preferred. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Moylan. Councillor, I already have you down for speaking to the motion.
I've got a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Kent, are we of the same understanding that with this amendment, the community will have their say because it'll go on to public exhibition, as well as the working group? So the community definitely will have their say as per the usual process.
Councillor Kent?
I think that's pretty obvious.
Thank you. Councillor Russell?
Question, Mayor Fitzpatrick, to you actually. I thought that the benefit of having a Sunset Working Group prior to putting it out on public exhibition was so that they could collaborate, tidy up. Did you understand that they weren't going to be actually helping materially just tidy the document?
My understanding of this amendment that I support is that that's exactly what will be happening.
That they'll be tidying.
Well, they'll be feeding into it. Yeah, correct.
Yes.
Yes, that's my understanding of this amendment.
Mayor Fitzpatrick, in the intention in the in the resolution in June, it specified that it was going to be IA4 collaborate. Do I have your assurance that
Yeah, if
it will be
that's correct.
conducted
And
as thus?
my understanding is that that's how it'll be delivered by the staff, correct?
Right.
Yep. I'll just confirm that's the correct terminology that Councillor Russell said.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's the IAP2.
IAP2, yep.
But if
Sorry.
in the objectives of the terms of reference, point 1 is provide a collaborative forum, and then it
Look, I have full
goes-
faith that the staff will execute as per resolution.
Yes. And Mayor Fitzpatrick, would you see any benefit in terms of speediness and efficiency in the working group in including one or two councillors to facilitate and...
No, I don't see a need for
Review?
councillors to be in it. No, not personally, I don't. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's like speak to this. Councillor Moreland.
Mr Mayor, I haven't heard from you on this important issue. What are your thoughts on this, and why do you support putting it on exhibition now?
Councillor, I don't need the question to speak to it. If I'm as I said, I'm happy with it as it stands. I'm happy with the debate, and I'm happy with whoever landed. Councillor Champion.
Mr Mayor, I have one more additional amendment to propose, please. I've sent this through to Dr. Lidgard. It's a proposal to amend point 3 of the substantive motion, which is around the terms of reference. Rather than to adopt the existing terms of reference, I'm proposing the working group terms of reference be amended to empower the working group to deliver an advisory report to council as part of the business papers of an ordinary meeting of council to be presented in the chamber by a nominated community member of the working group who may respond to councillor questions.
Good. Councillor
you.
Farrell, do you accept this?
Yes, I'll accept that.
Okay, that is the substantive motion. Do we have any other speakers for this? Councillor Moreland.
Mr Mayor, you are the mayor of this shire.
Councillor, do you have a question?
May I finish my sentence?
No,
I am
Councillor.
coming. I'm
Just a succinct question, please.
I'm prefacing my
Councillor,
question.
again, I'm going to cut you off there. Councillors that ask succinct questions. So if you'd like to ask a succinct question, we can go ahead. If you want to preface it, no.
As the mayor of this community and a leader of this community, I would like to hear your opinion on this motion.
Okay. I'm very comfortable with the work that the staff have done and the substantive motion as it stands. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Kent? And then we'll take it. Have you spoken to this already, Councillor?
I haven't spoken to this amendment.
I've got you down for speaking. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Champion?
Thank you. I'd just like to reiterate my earlier comments during amendment time that I strongly support the work that the staff have done here. I am also very pleased to see that the substantive motion has been changed to improve the opportunity for the working group to meet before the public exhibition period ends, and that we will have a transparent report around their recommendations. So I think we've got a good result here.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I'd like to speak for this. I think that we've had a very long and complex debate over a very important issue in our community. I really thank the staff for their work, and they have been under enormous pressure from us in relation to DAs, and so understand the importance of trying to get something through and make this easier. I think Councillor Champion, I don't know how many times on the amendments, but I think this one gets the original intent through, and gets the voice of our community. So I'm happy to speak for this.
Okay. Councillor, speak to this. Councillor Farrell, would you like your right of reply?
No, I think enough's been said.
Okay. I'll now put this motion. All those in favour? That is Councillor Champion, Councillor Councillor Russell, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. All those against? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Kent. That is carried. Okay, I move procedural motion that we have a 5-minute break. All those in favour? Unanimous. 2, item 9.2.2, planning proposal PP, 37 Yarra Road, Mossvale. Do we have a mover for this? Councillor Kent, a seconder. Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent.
The question to General Manager through you, Mr Mayor.
Pause that. We just got a conflict that we'll get.
Sorry, councillor Kent, is this the one you need to leave for? Sorry.
Sorry, we're just clarifying a conflict. That's the next one. Councillor Kent.
From the submissions on this and the public forum, it's very clear for both this item and the next one, we're starting a very commercial process. That goes without saying. It's a risky process for the Shire. So my question is, how confident are we that as a council, we can manage this very commercial process that involves multiple stakeholders, including the state government, to achieve an optimal outcome for our Shire? And if we are confident, why are we confident?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Mr McCabe, would you like to talk through the process and explain our role and other stakeholders? Thank you.
Through you, General Manager. This is proponent-led strategic land use of which councillors are at the centre to make decisions. I suppose Mr. Villela spoke about you making a decision at the moment simply on strategic merit in the first instance. That's the first thing. You know, is there strategic merit? Now, in relation to short, medium and long-term outcomes of the site, that is out of council's control. Okay, so in relation to rezoning and creation of lots and whatever else, you can make some strategic decisions, but the timing of how that's realised is on a proponent or a landowner's watch, not on council's. Okay, so in relation to timing, yes, I think councillors should have confidence in the recommendations in front of you. You also have a legislative framework regarding planning proposals that have multiple decision points for council, has a public exhibition, and basically this first decision is to give in principle strategic merit, of which more prescription comes. So we spoke about the gateway, Mr. Villela spoke about the gateway giving directions for council and things that need to be addressed. So I have full confidence in our recommendations.
Okay, Councillor Kent.
On that basis, I move the officer's recommendation.
Okay, did I seek a seconder? I think, sorry, Councillor Foley, would else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will speak to this. I'll wait until I hear the rest of the debate, whether I'm for or against it, but I will comment on it now. Our local economy, we need to help the local economy. And one of the ways we can do that is through developments such as this. We need more housing, we need diversity in our housing, we need our young people to be able to stay here, raise their family here, and have different housing available to them. We don't want our young people having to move out of the area just to be able to raise their family. And I believe a development like this will meet that need. However, we did resolve in December last year to review the local housing strategy. And this is critical. We must take a holistic approach in not only this development, but other developments. And let's be reminded that we did say no to the East Mittagong development. Now, and it was on the basis, one of the main reasons was that we were going to review the local housing strategy. So in terms of fairness and being very clear to the developers in our Shire, I want to be fair to all of the developers and be very clear on our new local housing strategy. now in the business document, it refers to this area being an extension of the existing footprint and expanding from Ashbourne. The reason I don't accept that logic is, where will we stop? Where, if we just keep using that logic, this will just keep going and going. There's no start or end to it, which is why I would like to have that local housing strategy reviewed so that we can answer questions like that. If we approve this planning proposal, it will be inconsistent with our local housing strategy, and we need to keep integrity in our decision making. We need to have a principled first approach to our decision making. Also, I think we need, as councillors, to inspect these properties before we're making decisions such as these. I put forward a bus tour last year to look at roads. I think we need to do that for planning proposals as well, so that we can see the lay of the land, we can see where Ashbourne starts and ends, we can see how the light flows, what the access will be for a flood evacuation. Nextly, the planning agreement. I would really like to make the most of our leverage point right now with the planning agreement and finalise that before we go any further.
Thank you, councillor.
May I ask for an extension of time, Mr. Mayor?
That's a procedural motion and a seconder. Councillor Russell, those in favour. Councillor Russell, Councillor Moreland, those against. Councillor Champion, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick, that is lost. Councillor Kent, you had your hand up?
We seem to be looking at something that's not the officer's recommendation as the motion.
Sorry?
That's not the officer's recommendation on the screen.
Sorry, we'll just get that fixed up. Councillor Moreland, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an amendment to make. We delete the officer's recommendation and replace it with 1, council complete the local housing strategy review. Pursuant to MN 2025/417 and colon 2, number 2, next paragraph, please, thank you. Upon completion of the local housing strategy, council reconsider the planning proposal PP 2025-2140, 37 Yarrawa Road, Mossvale, subject to next paragraph, Roman numeral 1. So Roman numeral 1, please, instead of the 3. Thank you. All councillors have inspected the site on a council-facilitated bus tour, Roman numeral 2, next paragraph. The planning agreement is finalised to the satisfaction of council.
Okay. Councillor Kent, do you accept this amendment?
Before commenting, can I ask a question about the amendment to the General Manager, please?
Governance, do I need to get, we need to make a motion before we can talk about it, is that right? So we'll have to have a motion to ask a question, so it'll have to become an amendment before we can comment or question on that. So you accept or no accept?
I don't accept.
Okay, a seconder for this, please. Okay, that has lapsed for want of a seconder. Okay, we are now back at the substantive motion. Do we have anyone who wants to speak to this? Councillor Russell.
I would like to commend the staff for being proactive in starting to address strategic planning matters in terms of site-specific DAs. I know that this particular, why I wasn't able to support Councillor Moylan is because I know that this particular type of development proposal relates to infill development, and should we not act, then we as a council will miss out on revenue and really collaborative control of the process. After speaking with HarperCollins staff, I understand that at this present moment, their workers need upgrades to support the basic health and safety of their facility at HarperCollins, and I am really grateful to HarperCollins for being a local employer in our region, and thank you everyone for all of the hard work and collaborative work you've done with staff to get us to this process. I certainly don't believe that we should burden HarperCollins with the mistakes that have been made of Ashbourne. That's not their fault in terms of traffic. I would just ask that as a council we consider the impact that growing traffic is going to have on our quality of life in Moss Vale, particularly the viability of our small business, local business district. If we look at what's happened in Sydney time and again, if we don't have choices other than car travel of how we can connect in Moss Vale, we will lose the quality of life in Moss Vale. It is an impediment. And so I would just ask that when we sort out a VPA, before this is gazetted, that all resources that can go to transport infrastructure be focused on transport infrastructure, because that's fundamental to the basic safe health and prosperity of this region. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I'd like to also speak for the officer's recommendation and reinforce, I think Councillor Russell made some good points. I think that this, and I know that site, I grew up here, I've driven past it a lot of times, been to Harbiston many times, which adjoins it. I think it is infill development. I think it makes sense, and I think it makes sense to have a forward vision and to give HarperCollins and the people of that area some certainty. So I'll be voting for this.
Okay, Councillor Champion, then we'll go to Councillor Fowler.
Thank you. I have a question through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager. This is a question just about the environmental conservation zone and the component that is proposed for rezoning in that way. So I'm just trying to understand what I perceive to be a coverage gap. So the biodiversity assessment report identifies approximately 0.85 hectares of Southern Highlands shale basalt dry forest on this site, which is listed as critically endangered under Commonwealth law. However, the proposal only seeks to zone 3,094 square metres, which is approximately 0.3 hectares, as C2 environmental conservation. Could I please have some explanation about why less than 40% of the critically endangered vegetation is being afforded that higher level of conservation zoning?
General Manager.
Yep, thank you, Mr Mayor. Ms Linton.
Through the General Manager, so there are pockets on the site, so this proposal seeks to protect those pockets. The remaining areas are more fragmented and would have a more negative impact on the development and public benefit outcomes. So it seeks to retain where it's consolidated, where it makes sense to consolidate it, where it's higher value, but there will be some loss that potentially happens through the future DA stage.
Okay. Councillor Foley.
I'll speak in support of this motion. At this stage, we're determining if the proposal demonstrates sufficient strategic and site-specific merit to be submitted for a gateway determination. And there are a few factors that have been explored which I think support this. The site at 37 Yarra River Road is adjacent on 3 sides by R2 residential zones, meaning that this is an infill housing in this location and it's not out of character. I really appreciate that there has been C2 included in this development. I think that's a really unique and important consideration. And I was interested in what Councillor Champion had to say to that as well. And this development will support housing supply and diversity. HarperCollins is also a local employer, and this is significant in terms of employment opportunities in the area. And we can be agile in how we respond to this proposal, even if it's not in the local housing strategy. And Councillor Moreland, I really appreciate you referring to the local housing strategy as well. It is an important and overarching document, and I do look forward to seeing the updated version when it comes to this chamber. So I support this planning proposal, a sensible revision to the WLEP to allow the business of HarperCollins to continue to operate locally, providing jobs as well as new housing supply.
Okay. Councillor Champion, then I'll go Councillor Moreland.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question through you to the General Manager, please. This is also about ecological protections. Standard ecological practice generally requires buffers to protect the core of a conservation zone from edge effects, as I understand it. So if the proposed C2 zone is significantly smaller than the entire affected patch of forest, where are the buffers located and how will the proposal ensure the long-term recovery of the endangered community as opposed to its gradual decline?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Ms Linton.
Through the General Manager, so with biodiversity protection, the legislative framework is very clear that you have to avoid, minimise and offset. So they're protected where they can. There are situations where it can't be avoided. So there potentially could be opportunities to replant in some of the open space to actually provide a similar plant community type on the site that helps to address the loss. We also have the biodiversity assessment method, which would look at what is potentially going to be lost on this site, and I would just preface it by saying it's sometimes very hard to determine what will actually be lost at the planning proposal stage because we don't know what dwellings are going to go onto the site and where they might be located, so that often comes out further along in the process, usually at the subdivision stage. And I lost my original train of thought, apologies.
I think you've sufficiently answered. So, Councillor Moreland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have an amendment to make. So after point number 2, please. If we could scroll up. So in point number 2, please delete and draft planning agreement. Yes. And then create a new point 3, please. So under 2, and in that point 3, require the planning agreement be finalised to the satisfaction of council. And I'll speak to that, Mr Mayor.
So I'll get some commentary around that from governance first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I may ask Mr McCabe just to explain the process with the planning agreements being voluntary planning agreements, and there's a legal framework that sits around those and also timing. So, Mr McCabe, just so that will inform the discussion and whether in fact what you're proposing, councillor Moylan, is a legal motion. Mr McCabe?
Through you, General Manager, Councillor Moylan, I think your wording on the third one is a bit problematic in relation to timing. So in relation to voluntary planning agreements, the emphasis is on voluntary between parties. So there has to be an offer and has to be a willing respondent to form an agreement. Council of a respondent in this process. Now what that means is then there's a draft agreement which principally you want parties, and at this stage it would be the proponent and council staff to agree on those terms in principle. Okay, I think it's very critically important. If that isn't at that stage, then that becomes quite cumbersome thereafter. Okay, and then what is required is the legislation requires the VPA to come to council in draft form, to then go on public exhibition, to then come back to council to resolve. So in relation to your succinct wording around finalising the agreement, I would suggest that the wording that was there previously allows that legislative mechanism to take place that I've described, where what you're saying, I'm unsure of the timing, I'm unsure of the absoluteness, and I don't think it complies with legislation.
So the question is to governance, is this an illegal amendment? Yeah, and if it is, we'll move on, and if it's not, okay. So I'm going to rule that it's an illegal amendment, and we're going to move on. Would anyone like to speak to this?
Mr Mayor, perhaps if I could speak to it and then seek staff's advice
No, councillor.
on
My ruling is that it's an illegal motion, and I won't accept it based off governance and the director. So would anyone like to speak to this motion? Councillor Champion.
Thank you. A question through you, to Mr Mayor, to the General Manager. I would just like some elaboration, please, on whether during the negotiations for the VPA on this proposal, there was any exploration of including a minimum affordable housing component, and whether that conversation, if it did happen, resulted in any, like, what the outcome of that was.
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, as I think was said earlier and potentially touched on by the director, at this stage there's a letter. There is a process that needs to be followed, and a strict process for a variety of reasons, to comply with legislation, to comply with probity, and to comply with the EPNA. Council actually has a voluntary planning agreement policy which was adopted in 2025. Within that policy, it does set out the types of things that council will consider for VPAs, voluntary planning agreements, and sets out clearly the process and timing of when those decisions are made. When we, as a broad comment, when we talk about public benefit, we do look at what the council has set as its strategic priorities, and that helps inform those discussions as part of that. In terms of specifics, I don't believe so. Mr McCabe, is there anything else you'd like to add?
For you, General Manager, I'll just emphasise that it is an offer at the moment, and we're seeking in-principle decisions here. And I have seen the realised VPA agreements transform from offer stage to a binding stage that have been quite dynamic, and things like you're suggesting have been included in that negotiation process.
Okay, Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Before you cut me off earlier, I was wanting to talk to the outcome that I am seeking, and I'm then...
Sorry, councillor. So I'm just going to cut you off again. I have you down for already speaking to this. I believe you're trying to re-prosecute your amendment that I didn't allow, so I'm going to move on again. Councillor Russell?
I have a question. It is actually a question.
Okay.
I'm not re-prosecuting. So through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, the in-principle discussions that we are currently are involved in, do they include robust flood evacuation framework, secure delivery of infrastructure, and also accommodate our long-term environmental management outcomes? Have we got that in principle agreement? And obviously what I'm seeking to do is to make sure that we deliver on the best outcome for the community at this important point on the slippery slope.
Thank you, General Manager. And
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Some of what I think the council has described would be things that would be dealt with as part of a normal development process. Voluntary planning agreements are in addition to. Mr McCabe, would you like to add to that?
Through you, General Manager, just in relation to the commentary from Councillor Moylan, in relation to agreement, I think some of the questions you're asking aren't voluntary planning agreement related, they're planning proposal related. And you have the documentation in front of you at its current maturity in relation to those issues around egress, risk, infrastructure. And they will mature if council support the recommendations through that gateway process. So I suppose it's not about the VPA agreement as such. The other point I'll make is particularly around infrastructure. The infrastructure is realised at the DA stage, at a subdivision stage, not at the planning proposal stage. And there's provisions in our LEP, I think it's section 7.10 in our LEP, that talks about essential public infrastructure being a mandatory requirement being in place prior to any consent from a consent authority.
okay, Councillor Russell, and then we'll go Councillor.
A question about the local housing strategy, Mayor Fitzpatrick. When is it coming to council? In what month?
General Manager, do you have that info in front of you?
We'll take it on notice. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
The Champion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment that I have just sent to governance. This is for an additional 2 clauses to the resolution. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I'm not sure how many clauses we currently have, but it would be an additional one that the planning proposal be amended prior to Gateway to expand the C2 environmental conservation zone to encompass all identified critically endangered Southern Highlands shale forest remnants and their necessary protection buffers, prioritising ecological recovery over lot yield. And point 3, direct staff to explore through the voluntary planning agreement negotiations a minimum percentage of the multi-dwelling yield to be dedicated as affordable housing for key workers.
Okay, you get the words up for that. Who moved this? Councillor Kent, do you accept this? Oh, I'll wait till the words are up. Councillor Kent, do you agree with the amendment?
For the purposes of discussion, yes.
You do agree with the amendment? That becomes a substantive motion?
I'm happy to have it discussed, yes.
So you're happy to discuss the
Okay,
amendment?
yes.
Okay, so we're accepting this. This has become the substantive motion. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Champion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am in principle very supportive of brownfield development, infill development. I think that this proposal makes a lot of sense despite being outside our local housing strategy. I can absolutely see why it's proceeded to this point, and I think it has a lot of strategic merit. The additions that I have proposed and that Councillor Kent has accepted into the motion are to acknowledge that we have a responsibility to protect threatened, critically endangered ecological communities, and that responsibility comes before lot yield, and also that our obligation to provide housing, affordable housing for key workers is an essential way for us to support the community in our area to ensure that we have workers like teachers, nurses, people who do the hard work in our area but want to be able to live in this place. So when we build housing, as we must do, we should build it in logical, strategic places like this, and we should also make sure that it's serving the people who need it most.
Councillor Kent.
I'd like to thank Councillor Champion for proposal. Seems to make sense to me on both counts, but question to the General Manager, please, through you, Mayor, just a sense check from staff, particularly on point 2. Thanks.
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll ask Mr McCabe just to talk about the practicalities. Thank you.
Through you, General Manager, I'll just reference my response to the initial question of this debate, which was from Councillor Kent, where I spoke about the timing of realising a development. Now that is realised by the proponent, and in relation to what's being proposed at number 2, in my personal opinion and probably professional opinion, it would eliminate the financial viability of the proposition. The scattered nature of the woodland, the reduction in lot yield, I think would result in nothing at all other than what you see there today. I'm not sure if Ms Linton has anything further to add.
Through the General Manager, this is something that could be explored further post-Gateway as well, and I will just reiterate that these planning proposals are supported by a whole suite of technical documents that consider these aspects, that are prepared by professionals who have far more expertise and knowledge than I do on these matters, and that has informed the proposal that is in front of you today.
Would I like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I commend...
Sorry, Councillor. This is a substantive motion. I believe I have you down for speaking already. It's not an amendment. I will move an amendment to go back to the officer's recommendation. And the reason for, because of what Michael McCabe has just said. I'll seek a seconder for that. Councillor Kent. Councillor Kent, do you accept that? Yes. Okay, we're back at the substantive motion. Councillor Russell.
I move an amendment that includes the point 3 that Councillor Champion just had.
We'll get that back up. We'll just... Okay.
So we're at the original, so I'm just
Councillor,
taking out one of
can't-
them.
So we can't re-prosecute a lost motion
No,
amendment?
it's not. It's because the last one had 2 points in it, and I'm taking. I've left the tree. I've left the
Sorry,
trees.
Councillor. That's all right. I'll just go and check with governance. All right. We might have. I'll move a procedure motion. We have a 5-minute break. Seconder. All those in favour. Everybody except Councillor Moylan, and we'll resume at 5:40. Please. I'll just note that we are over 2 hours in and we're only 1.5 items through. Just noting. Okay, we'll reconvene at, my time disappeared, 5:40. Councillor Russell, it was with you.
I've had a discussion with one of the directors, and I'm happy for that intention of direction to be left with council staff.
Thank you.
To allow maximum flexibility.
Okay, Councillor Champion.
I would like to propose an amendment, for the second, just removing the environmental clause that seemed to be causing problems and retain the affordable housing clause that I just proposed.
And just to clarify of governance, is that a substantial enough change to allow it or not? And then I'll ask governance or general manager to comment on that particular comment as far as, again, being a legal amendment.
Sorry if I might, I think the wrong one of those two clauses has been retained. The affordable housing, not the second one, please.
So just to be clear, we're at the original officer's recommendation with no change, I believe. Councillor Champion the only reason this is up on screen is so that Councillor Champion can extract what point?
Point 2 is no longer there. So I actually had two clauses in the message that I sent governance earlier. I want to retain point 2 and remove point 1, which is still on the screen.
Do you mean the other way around? Delete point. You want to?
Sorry. Okay. So that's why I was confused. The text was changed.
The one you've just highlighted, I think we're going back to the full officer's recommendation and adding that in. Is that correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Before we do that, I'm just going to get a comment from, firstly, governance to say, is it allowable because it's... That's okay. It's only part. We'll continue on. But General Manager, can you comment on the legality of this item, please? On the specifically. Yeah. Okay. So before we do anything further, can I get some? Is this a legal amendment? You good with that, Councillor Champion, before I ask?
I'm sorry, could we just remove the words of the multi-dwelling yield? Could we just say of the yield? It doesn't have to be multi-dwelling, it can be any of it.
And I guess, can I just get a direct answer as to whether this is a legal amendment or not before we kick off?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Dr Lidgard.
Yeah, I think it's not exactly the same as it was previously. We've done some tweaks, so let's
leave it at that.
This one.
Okay, yeah. But what about the legality of the contents of it? Is that for General Manager?
I would need. Sorry.
Thank you, Dr Lidgard. It's all right. Multi-step process. Mr McCabe, in terms of the timing of when we would be expressing thoughts around VPAs.
Look, I'm not. I don't want to know about timing. I just want to know if it's a legal number or not.
For you, General Manager, timing aside, I have concern with the wording, whether it's legal or not. Council don't have any adopted strategies around affordable housing. You don't have any adopted schemes. You don't have any minimum percentage benchmarks. And to direct the General Manager when it's simply an offer at this point in time and you haven't made decisions, I think, maybe you could say, rather than direct, could consider a different word that staff consider, and then there's no minimum percentage, etc.
Okay, Governance, I'm going to put you on the spot. Would you consider it a legal amendment?
Based on what Mr McCabe said in its current form, I don't think so.
Okay. We're going to go back to the officer's recommendation. That'll be my ruling. Councillor Moylan.
I have a question, Mr Mayor, through you to the General Manager. with the operative word being explore, that to me wouldn't be
Sorry.
illegal.
Sorry, Councillor Moylan, I've removed it and we're moving on. Okay, would else like to speak to this? Okay, I'll now.
Sorry, you wanted to?
Yeah, okay, I will now, so just to clarify, I'm going to put the motion, I'm going to get the right of reply from Councillor Kent, but just to be very clear, with governance, what's in front of us is the substantive motion, is that correct? Yes. Yep, and Councillor Kent, would you like your right of reply?
No.
I'll now put this motion, all those in favour, Councillor Champion, Councillor Russell, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick, all those against, Councillor Moylan, that is carried. Item 9.2.3, Councillor Kent is flagging that he wants to move it. Are you moving that as officer's recommendation?
I'd like to speak to it, yes.
Okay, I'll get a seconder. Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent.
Feels a bit like Groundhog Afternoon. So I'll start really with a question to the General Manager, please. So this proposal has some similarities with the previous one, but my specific. So thank you, Mr. McCabe, for your early explanation of the process, where we're at in the process and the timing. This specific one, though, as a interested resident but a layperson, where it's located at the sort of the bottom or extending Broughton Street as it is today, I was sort of pleased with the proponents' discussion during the public forum that the road would be doubled in rather than a single lane, a double lane, these kind of things. But just get some comment on those specific issues to do with infrastructure, specifically Broughton Street, and some kind of confidence that the process will adequately address that issue.
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, Ms Linton.
Through the General Manager, so in the public forum when that was spoken about, that is one of the items that is in the current letter of offer. We have to enter into a draft planning agreement. So similar to the discussion we've just had, we have a letter of offer, we don't have a planning agreement. That will be further negotiated throughout the planning proposal process.
Okay, would else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Similar to the previous agenda item, this development will obviously help our local economy because the more families we can have live here, particularly the more young people have opportunities to stay here, the more people we have that can work here and live and play. So I am very supportive of thoughtful developments. However, I cannot move past the fact that we did resolve in December last year to complete a review of the local housing strategy. And we knocked back the East Mittagong development for that reason. We said in December 2025 that we wanted to take a holistic view to developments to ensure that the local housing strategy is brought up to date and considers council's funding capacity of required infrastructure, the amenity, the character of the area, our road network, services and schools and hospitals. That's what we resolved last year. Now, most importantly, the current upgrade of the Moss Vale sewerage treatment plan is scheduled to be completed in 2027. What happens if we don't complete it by then? What happens to the 185 families in this development that don't have the opportunity of an upgraded sewerage treatment plan with capacity to include them? And I've highlighted issues with septic tanks, with Mittagong Street in Bowral before, and the horrible issues that those families are going through. I want to make sure that we have the sewerage upgrade completed before we go headlong into this. And I want to make sure that we put the pressure on doing that review of the local housing strategy. We said no to East Mittagong development. We need to be principled based in our decision making and not have different occasions for different developments. I also don't accept the argument that because this was an identified new living area, that's the reason we go ahead with it. Well, East Mittagong was also an NLA, but we knocked that back. So I'm again not against this development in principle, but I am for reviewing the local housing strategy. Now, lastly, I really would like for councillors to come and have a look at each planning proposal so that we can see for ourselves what we're actually agreeing upon.
Councillor Moylan. Councillor Kent.
Question to the General Manager through you, please. Councillor Moylan has referred to the East Mittagong proposal of last December. I'm having a quick look at the report of last December. There were many more complexities with that site than the current ones on the table. Can I get just some comment on the compare and contrast between those, this proposal and that proposal?
General Manager.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just before I ask the Director to provide some context and the merits of the different proposals, the Moss Vale STP is on track for completion in November this year. We just completed Barrel and Moss Vale will be completed. Mr. McCabe, if you could clarify perhaps the difference between East Mittagong and this one.
Through you, General Manager, in reference to that minute of December, MN 2025-417, it spoke about endorsing option C in the report at the time. Now, option C did not resolve to review the LHS first. Option C was Council would defer preparation of a structure plan for Mittagong and any further investigation of Mittagong East until the LHS is reviewed. So it didn't pause any other sites. It only paused Mittagong East. And that is because we know there's insufficient infrastructure in place. Now, the next thing I'll talk about is what I raised earlier in the DCP conversation, in that the physical realisation of infrastructure is at the DA stage. And under 710 of our LEP, you cannot approve a DA unless there's sufficient public infrastructure in place.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager, and further to the point that Mr. McCabe raised. Councillor Moylan said, had the question or rhetorical question about what happens if the STP isn't completed in time. Could we have clarity around that process just a little bit more, as far as would a development like this go all the way through without the STP being having the capacity?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Moss Vale STP is being completed in November. Mr. McCabe's just explained we're a bit of a distance between planning proposal, gateway, coming out the other side, further studies, DAs and delivery.
Okay, I'd like to speak to this. Councillor Foley.
I have a question to the General Manager through you, Mr. Mayor. Just around the zoning of the land being C3, can you clarify whether the retained environmental land has been assessed for a C2 environmental conservation zoning? And the second part, if not, whether that can be investigated or explored at some stage of the gateway or exhibition process?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Linton.
Through the General Manager, so no, essentially it hasn't been explored. It seeks to retain the existing zoning that is on that lot. It is something that can be considered. We can consider that as part of the post-gateway. I would say, looking at the zone objectives of C3 versus C2, C3 is probably more appropriate for this site. The proposal at the moment also could potentially, again, this is subject to negotiations of the planning agreement, it could include some open space on part of that residual lot as well. And again, I'd probably say that the current zoning is more appropriate for the lot.
Okay, Councillor Champion.
Thank you. A question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager. I feel that there's a process question here that I would like to ask about when council gets to see voluntary planning agreements and what's usual. Is it usual for council, not just our council, but all councils, to resolve planning agreements on rezoning, and I think we can agree this would be called spot rezoning, without having seen the voluntary planning agreement first?
With the caveat that if this is in the LHS, a further question, is it spot rezoning if it's in the LHS? Sorry, 3 questions.
Thank you. I might ask Ms McCabe to talk about the process, in terms of VPAs and when the process from a letter through to firming up the agreement through to when it comes before council, and the V in voluntary planning agreement is really important. And then we'll move over to Ms Linton. Thank you.
Through you, General Manager, Councillor Champion, a direct response to your question is yes. It is a usual process for councils to consider VPAs later in the maturity of the planning proposal. That detail is not needed up front. I've been involved in this process many a time, and I actually believe the most constructive approach is, as the PP gains more technical consideration and then there's discussions around opportunity, the most mature agreed proposition to the chamber via a VPA is at a later stage. Okay, I think that's really important. And the terms of agreement at an officer level, which I spoke about earlier, is really important as well. There's nothing worse than putting up a VPA that doesn't consider the future rigour on the PP and then also doesn't accommodate the endorsement of staff. Like, councils are being asked to consider something, and if staff aren't fully endorsing every word of that proposed agreement, then that's troublesome in the first instance. And then in relation to the spot rezoning question, I believe, because it's in our LHS, it's not a spot rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you. I would like to express once again, thank you to staff for looking at more of a strategic approach. Yes, I am.
Good.
I am actually forwarding something to governance right now without a subject line, Danielle, or Dr. Lidgard, that is the traffic modelling that I got from the regional planning panel that was conducted by Transport Modellers Alliance. Actually, it's more current. It was commissioned by our local IGA in dealing with the Woolworths development. So that should have come through. That should come through to you any moment now. I would like to table that because we need to be looking at this proposal and any voluntary planning agreements and any decisions about what's going to be done about traffic management through the lens of both the state government, regional, integrated transport vision that we have, that we build human-centric communities, because we know that if we don't prioritise that multimodal transport infrastructure, then we lose the quality of life in a place. And also our own integrated transport strategy. Now, as Councillor Kent mentioned, there's widening a road, 2 lanes one way, 2 lanes the other in this proposal. what we need to think about is that we know that there's something called induced traffic. Every time you build or widen a road, you have the traffic to fill that road within 5 to 7 years, and then you get clogged traffic again. It's never the solution. You can look at LA, you can look at Sydney. My colleagues here are all going to sleep because they've heard me say this so many times, but I'm going to say it till the cows come home because I've seen whole communities suffer. We know that Europe has survived and thrived because they've made sure they had the right infrastructure there. So I would like to propose an amendment. Number 5. That any transport planning and traffic management to support this planning proposal incorporates all the principles identified in our local and state integrated transport strategies, comma, and considers how to address the issues raised of intersection, issues relating to intersection, to intersections that are raised in the 2 documents provided by Transport Modellers Alliance and tabled at this meeting.
Okay. Councillor Kent, do you accept this amendment?
No.
Councillor, we need a seconder. Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell.
I'm just asking that we back our own policies, basically, and we also back the evidence that is on file, so that we look at future planning that is best practice.
Okay. Does someone speak to this? Okay. I'll now put this amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan. Those against? Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. We are back at, that is lost. We are back at the substantive. I'll just check with governance. I believe this is original in its entirety. Is that correct? Okay. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Champion.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, I have a question to follow on from Councillor Foley's earlier questions about C2 versus C3 zoning. To the General Manager. I would just like some reflection on the value of RE1 zoning as an alternative for the critically endangered Southern Highlands shale woodland area that Councillor Foley raised in the C2 zoned area, and whether or not retaining that area as a wild reserve run by council that's not mowed or anything, just wild and managed, might be a better outcome for the critically endangered ecological community.
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Ms Linton.
Through the General Manager, so the RE1 zone is for public recreation, but it's usually for our active open spaces. Additionally, that lot is proposed to be retained in private ownership, so it's not proposed to be dedicated to council. So that would then have to, council would have to be willing to take on that land, and that's quite a significant burden that council would be considering. honestly, in my professional opinion, don't think the RE1 zone is more appropriate. I think maintaining the zone that it currently is the best option for that residual lot, noting that that will be in private ownership. It's not being proposed to be dedicated to council.
I'd like to speak to this. Councillor Kent, did you move that? Oh, sorry, you had another question, Councillor Champion?
I have a proposed amendment, please, Mr Mayor. I've just sent that through to governance. I'll read it out. That council defer the decision to send the Darrabee Lodge planning proposal to the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure for gateway determination until 1, the full finalised text of the voluntary planning agreement is brought to an ordinary meeting of council, clearly outlining the delivery of traffic safety upgrades, internal footpaths, the embellishment of the proposed parks and affordable housing provisions. Another point, that a council-led master plan or place strategy for Moss Vale West is initiated to ensure this greenfield expansion is not delivered as piecemeal urban sprawl, but as community-serving precinct developed in consultation with community. And last point, a report outlining progress made on the delivery of the Moss Vale Place Plan 2010 is brought to an ordinary meeting of council.
Councillor Kent, do you accept this amendment?
No.
Councillor, we got a second over Councillor Russell. Councillor Champion.
Thank you. Councillors, I'm concerned that we haven't seen the detail of this voluntary planning agreement, and despite Mr McCabe's earlier explanation, I would like to expand on why. I have a lot of questions about what the infrastructure uplift, what uplift the people of Moss Vale can expect to see, including around traffic safety, footpaths, park features like seating, taps and shade, and we've seen nearby evidence of where developers haven't bothered doing those things because the expectation wasn't locked in from the start. In these papers, we do have a rough figure of 1.9 million in contributions that the developer offers, but we don't yet have access to the detail. This proposal might seem similar to the development proposal at Yarrawa Road because we're deciding on them at the same time, but this proposal is the polar opposite of that proposal. Where Yarrawa Road is brownfield, infield development, the Darrabee PP is for greenfield development. And we're asking to take what is currently productive agricultural land and land that's zoned for environmental management, partly because it forms the extended home to an ecological community that only lives in the Southern Highlands and is critically endangered. Once all that's built on, there's no going back. That's why we must approach this proposal very, very carefully. And I think part of being careful involves being able to see and assess the planning agreement. This proposal nearly doubles the number of lots that we plan for in our local housing strategy, from 100 to 185. That is a huge increase in density. If we're going to accept this kind of yield creep, we need to know where the public benefit is. The developer stands to make an absolutely enormous amount of money in value the second this rezoning is approved. We have an obligation to the residents of the Highlands that we find out what they're going to get in return. More specifically, this proposal presents 3 fundamental governance risks that should be resolved before we go to Gateway. The first is about the sewerage infrastructure. Our local housing strategy is clear that rezoning should not proceed until adequate water and sewer infrastructure is available. While the Moss Vale sewage treatment plant is expected to be operational by the end of the year, expectation is not a guarantee. Currently, residents on Caber Street remain on septic systems. Actually, we've been told that that will continue. But we do have a duty to ensure that our existing community is serviced and that the new plant is fully commissioned and proven to handle the load before giving the rezoning the green light. The second is the danger of yield creep. This proposal presents an 85% increase in density over the 100 dwellings anticipated for the site, and the 100 lot figure was an evidence-based estimate designed to ensure a gradation of lot sizes in a sensitive rural interface. By accepting this increase, we risk creating a visually half urban edge and overburdening our local road network. The third is about our commitment to planning by design and not reacting to developer demand. Our DCP that's just gone onto exhibition, or about to go into exhibition, explicitly mandates that subdivisions over 20 lots must be supported by an indicative master plan or structure plan. This proposal is for 185 lots, and so I think we should be working with a council-led master plan. Greenfield development is permanent. Once we lose this productive land and habitat, there's no going back.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
I would like to commend Councillor Champion on her in-depth consideration of these issues and understanding the process and what's routine. Whereas with the HarperCollins development, there was more of a critical issue around the worker health and safety, in not wanting to delay anything to get outcomes. We have the ability to pause briefly and make sure that we are not letting our community down in how this unfolds. I was concerned that in the presentation in the public forum, there was an admittance that no cumulative traffic impacts had been considered in how this was being designed or the reports that were being presented. Even though they're preliminary, I think we need to send clear expectations just about how much work, the legitimacy of the work that is presented to underpin the assumptions that these are at a viable presentation stage yet. And if we don't send those clear expectations, then we're wasting everyone's time and money. I don't want people to have to go and do traffic studies and pay people to do traffic studies if they're not going to actually be informed by all of the information they need to be informed by. So let's establish clear expectations. Let's not look like Wilton, which is a risk here. If we don't have that clearly outlined now, there is no rush. We need to do this properly and be strategic.
Okay, Councillor Kent, I'll go to Councillor Moylan. Councillor Kent.
Yep. Question to the General Manager, through you, please. Just some comment on the value add that this proposal may or may not add to the existing officer's recommendation.
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr McCabe.
Through you, General Manager, I might throw to Ms Linton after I just provide some initial comments. This is a proponent-led planning proposal, okay? The legislation, as soon as it's lodged, creates a clock, no different to DAs with deemed refusals. There's a rezoning review opportunity that the proponent can trigger. So the question of pause, doing our own master plan, all that sort of suggestion, sure, you can resolve it, but in relation to being a strategic decision maker on land use, you may, by doing that, may remove that ability for this site entirely, and then it goes to a regional panel who make the decision for you. I'm not sure if Ms Linton wants to add anything further.
Through the General Manager, I'd just like to state that some of the matters that are up here in front of you, they are matters that are considered through the assessment of a planning proposal. So there's a range of things that we look at. There's our strategic documents, the ones that are adopted by council. There's state government documents. We also have the local planning directions, which were brought up in relation to the DCP as well. So they're one of the key things that we actually need to assess, and the process that me and my team go through when we're looking at these proposals to make sure that they're addressing. There is one specifically around transport, for example, and the aim of that is to link communities with efficient transport systems, making homes, jobs and services easier to reach and more accessible. So we have to make sure, and there's a lot of other text there that I won't read out, but we have to make sure that these proposals are consistent with the directions. There's often provisions around if it is inconsistent, noting that we have to assess things on a case-by-case basis, but that then often triggers referrals to state agencies. So a lot of the matters that you're raising here are things that we are already doing as part of the assessment, and we have to make sure that the proposal is consistent with anyway.
Okay, Councillor Smith. Oh, sorry, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to commend Councillor Champion for her leadership here. I think this is an excellent proposition. What I like about it is it puts councillors right in the middle of this decision about this planning proposal. We've talked a lot about voluntary planning agreements tonight. What I like about this is It is seeking to get the most for our community via the VPA. I understand there are processes in place, but this is the thrust of this amendment. The other thing I like about what Councillor Champion talked about is we need sewer and water to be available. I have spoken to families where it's not available. And I tell you what, it's like living in a third world country. We need to make sure that it is available before we proceed with something like this. The other thing I like about this amendment is it talks to community. We don't want just urban sprawl or just to keep continuing on with areas tacked onto towns. We want to be building communities. And the list here talks to that. Embellishment of the proposed parks. We want as much as we can get out of this project as possible for our community. The last thing is I would like us to see it. I would like us to go and see this property that is being proposed for this planning proposal and actually get a feel for it ourselves. We didn't campaign to become councillors to just rubber stamp documents and put it through. This is our communities.
Councillor Foley, you have a point of order.
Rubber stamping decisions to go through, I don't agree with that that assumption. I think it's bringing council in to disrepute. I personally have seen the site.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I'm going to uphold that point of order because I don't think you should assume that the councils are going to rubber stamp anything. So you still got your time. Please proceed.
And I think that we need to actually see the properties that these planning proposals are for. We are the custodians of these developments, of all these decisions for our community. And if we don't all see it, and I would like to see it together with the relevant staff so that we know exactly where the boundaries are, and then we can come back and make thoughtful decisions. So again, thank you. I still do believe that we need to defer until the local housing strategy review is complete. That is my primary priority, but I do think this is a good middle ground. So thank you for the leadership, Councillor Champion. I'm not sure how I'll be voting on this, but I'll wait to hear the rest of the debate.
I'm going to move a procedural motion that we reduce speaking time to 1:30. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Kent, all those in favour? Councillor Farrell, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick, all those against? That is Councillor Champion, Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan, that is carried. Councillor Smith, you had your hand up.
Thank you. I have a question of the General Manager through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Moylan's made the point a few times about us going to visit properties along with staff. Under the new rules, would that be considered a briefing? So would that even be possible?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's a bit of a moving feast. Councillor Smith. Ms Jones.
Through you, Madam General Manager, at this point in time, and as the General Manager alluded to, things are still moving, but at this point it would be a briefing.
Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Smith.
So just another question through you, Mr Mayor, of the General Manager. Director Communities and Place before spoke about that if we were to accept this amendment or move this amendment, that basically there's a chance that this would delay the process and we may well, I'm taking it that the state may override us. Is that a correct assumption, or could I have clarity, please?
Yeah. Through you, Mr Mayor, just probably for the sake of anyone watching and maybe the gallery, when I made the comment about moving feast, as councillors would know, the New South Wales Office of Local Government are making changes to the Code of Meeting Practice, and the advice is shifting. So that's all I would say, just for clarity's sake. It's not a Winter Carriby thing, it's the framework in which we're working in. Ms Linton, could you explain if there's a risk with this?
Through the General Manager, yes. So we have benchmark timeframes for the assessment of planning proposals. Once we reach those benchmark timeframes, the proponent has the ability to do a deemed refusal and apply for a rezoning review to the state government. That then goes to a panel that assess it. They look at it through the assessment lens that we do. Does it have strategic merit? Is it in one of our strategies? And does it have site-specific merit? The assessment before you today has demonstrated that it meets both of those tests. So I would assume that the panel would be incredibly likely to support this, and that takes the decision out of council's hand. There are situations where the state government then can take the delegation of council to make the LEP out of our hands as well.
Okay, I'd like to speak to this. Okay, would you like your right of reply, Councillor Kent?
No.
Okay, I'll now put this, oh, apologies. I'm moving too far, we're in an amendment. I will put this amendment, all those in favour. Councillor Champion, Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan, all those against, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick. Okay, we're back at the original motion. Would also like to speak to this. Councillor Kent, would you like a right of reply?
No.
I now put this in motion. All those in favour. Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick. All those against. Councillor Champion, Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan. That is carried. Did you just want a break? Are you good? Okay, I'll move procedure motion. We have a short 5-minute break. Seconder, Councillor Champion. All those in favour. Councillor Champion, Councillor Foley, Kent, Smith, Fitzpatrick. All those against. Russell, Moylan, Farrell. Carried. Convene at 6:27. I will move item 9.2.6, Financial Sustainability Advisory Committee Youth Council, and I will appoint the Mayor and Councillor Champion to the Youth Council. And I will, acknowledging that there'll be need to be an amendment, I acknowledge that for the appointment of the second part. Can I get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Kent. I don't have anything to add. Councillor Moylan.
I have a question through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager regarding governance. We were just talking about the new regulations regarding briefing sessions. My question is, if a councillor has a communication with a staff member regarding an item on the agenda before the meeting, is that correspondence supposed to be published and put on the website? So if, for instance, I sent an email to a staff member last night about an agenda item that we're discussing today, does that correspondence, is it required to be published?
General Manager.
Ms Jones? Yep, we'll take it on notice.
Okay.
Councillor Moylan?
Anyone want to speak to this? Councillor Foley?
I would like to make an amendment, please. If I could
Your
just get the
amendment.
text up. Can I see the text there? For point number 2. Appoint Councillor Smith and Councillor Foley.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for this? Councillor Smith, Councillor Foley.
I think it's pretty straightforward. I'm nominating myself and Councillor Smith, as Councillor Smith managed to get the Finance Committee over the line.
Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Regarding the Finance Committee, I nominate Councillor Russell.
2 seconds, Councillor. We're just in an amendment for Councillor Smith and Councillor Foley. So if you're proposing an amendment, we'll have to settle this one first and then move to your amendment to put Councillor Russell on.
Good.
Okay, go ahead.
As I was saying, for the Finance Committee, I nominate Councillor Russell, and I will speak to that. Councillor Russell has consistently advocated for a Finance Committee over the last 2 years, and if it weren't for Councillor Russell, we wouldn't be here having this discussion. And quite frankly, if Councillor Russell is not on this committee, and it's not voted for, then it's nothing short of appalling. For this council not to have Councillor Russell on this committee that Councillor Russell has pursued relentlessly for the last 2 years would be nothing short of appalling. Now, I look at a nominee's actions when I decide whether they should be on a committee, not just their words, and I don't look at what they have done in the past. That's easy. I look at what Councillor Russell has demonstrated with her actions. Over the past 2 years, Councillor Russell has demonstrated a genuine interest and desire to achieve the best value for ratepayers' money. She has put to this council time and time again a request to complete a service review. The Finance Committee, she has tenaciously held council to account on transparency of spending. She has an in-depth knowledge of finance.
Thank you, Councillor Moylan. That's your time. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Russell.
Thank you. I welcome Councillor Smith and Councillor Foley's enthusiasm for the Finance Committee and and putting yourself forward, I say that's a vote for the Finance Committee. I, however, note that in putting themselves forward, and they knew that I was applying for it, they may not have considered my value in candidacy quite fully. There have been 2 councillors who have been driving a finance committee since April last year, and that is Councillor Moylan and myself. And we were voices in the wilderness for quite some time until recently other councillors realised that this couldn't help us. I have governance experience. I have my accreditation for Australian Institute of Company Directors, and currently I'm not on any other council committees, I think I'm the only one, like Councillor Farrell, I'm the only councillor not to be allocated committees at this point. So I have time, I have will, I've shown dedication to this cause, and I would also like to commend Councillor Moylan for every step of the way, equally fighting the good fight for value for rates.
Thank you. Okay, this is an amendment. You have a question, Councillor Moylan? Yep. Councillor Champion, you have a question? Sorry, you want to speak to this?
I would like to speak to this primarily in response to something that Councillor Russell just said, which is a misstatement that other councillors did not support the Finance Committee, as I have repeatedly stated in this chamber, and has not been, and will be borne out by the minutes. I supported it the first time that it came to this chamber, and the reason why I said no the second time round was because I disagreed with the terms of reference.
Thank you for clarifying, Councillor Champion.
And I would just like to say, apologise, because I actually had in my written notes that Councillor Champion has been there with us on 2 occasions.
We note your apology. Thank you. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Smith. Before the election, we all had the opportunity to respond to questions by a community Facebook group you may be familiar with, Highlands Opinion. And they asked questions about whether we would support a finance committee. And your response was that a finance committee would be indulgent. Do you still have the same view now, or have you changed your opinion?
Councillor Smith, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to reinforce that I'm the person who brought forward this particular financial advisory committee, and I'd like to remind councillors Russell and Moylan that you voted against it in the last meeting. I'm also very proud to say that I have changed my view.
Sorry, we have a point of order there. Councillor Russell.
Misrepresentation. Councillor Smith, I had to vote against the entire bill. This was just one aspect. I wasn't voting against the Finance Committee, I was voting against the special rate variation investigation.
So your point of order is that you did vote against it, but you didn't?
I didn't vote against a Finance Committee. I specified in my speech that I was voting against investigating a special rate variation. I was clear on that point, and there wasn't, so thank you, Councillor Smith, just helping you out.
Thank you. Look, I don't know how to uphold that order because I'm just going to, I take your note and I'll let Councillor Smith continue.
Thank you. And I'd also like to say that based on feedback from the community and my understanding, at the time, prior to the election, we weren't discussing a special rate variation. This is a different situation. This is a different type of finance committee. So yes, Councillor Moylan, I have changed my view, and I'm very proud to say I've done that based on community feedback. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Moylan.
Point of order there, Councillor Smith. I have proposed investigating the re-establishment of a finance committee, and that's what you had voted down.
Okay, Councillor, that's not a point of order. No more interjections, please, without me coming to you. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Another question through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Smith. As the Mayor's representative on Nunungalla Art Gallery Board, your role is to have oversight over what the Administrator said was a significant amount of ratepayers' money. It's a similar role on the Finance Committee. Would you, and despite this oversight, and despite councillors requesting time and time again for the financial statements of Nunangulla Art Gallery to be provided, they haven't been forthcoming from yourself or council. Do you expect to take the same approach with this finance committee?
I'll just confirm that I don't have a rep on Nunangulla. It was a council-appointed rep. Councillor Smith, do you want to answer that question? Go ahead.
Well, first of all, obviously, it was a conflict of interest. I have not voted on anything in relation to the funding of Nunangulla. Secondly, to clarify the record, all of Nunangulla is a not-for-profit. Nunangulla's financial statements have all been supplied to council. Annual reports are public information. So I don't really understand the connection, but it's obviously an area of passion for Councillor Moylan.
Okay. Let's speak to this. Okay. I'll now, Councillor Moylan, you got another question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Another question through you to Councillor Smith. Could you share with us your experience in efficiencies and finding savings for an organisation? I know you have experience in spending, but could you share with us your experience in finding savings?
Point of order.
Yes.
I don't know how efficiencies finding savings is directly related to the motion.
Yeah, look, and I'll uphold the order as well, and I don't think, look, I did take it as a bit of an insult on the spending, so I'm going to uphold that and ask you to not use that language, please. Councillor Smith, would you like to respond?
No, I found that offensive.
Yeah, okay, and I'm going to uphold that. Councillor Kent?
I'd like to speak to this amendment, please.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to cover a few things that Councillor Russell said, or one in particular, that she's not on any committees at the moment, and kind of implies that because she's not on any committees, she deserves to be on one. I'll be voting tonight on who's on these committees based on who I think are suitable representatives of the Wingery-Carriby Shire Council. And that's how I'll make my decision. When I look at the names of Smith and Foley, I have complete trust in those two councillors, and that's why I'll be voting for them.
Okay. So we are in amendment. We'd also like to speak to this amendment. Okay, I'll now put this amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick. All those against? Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan. Okay, we are now at the substantive motion. We'd now like to speak to this motion. Councillor Russell.
I would like to congratulate Councillor Smith and Councillor Foley for putting themselves forward onto the Finance Committee that I've been advocating for since April last year. They say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I am very flattered, if not curious, about the eagerness of them to take up the 2 seats on the Finance Committee, because these councillors have blocked even investigating how a Finance Committee can support our financial position on 4 separate occasions since our election. I sincerely hope that their role on this committee will support our council to get the very best value for ratepayer dollars. And I will just remind them that all councillors are responsible to our community for the decisions of our council.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this. Okay, I'll give right a reply to myself. No, I'm good. Okay, I will now put this motion. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick. All those against? Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan. That is carried. Item 9.2.7, Audit Risk Improvement Committee, Independent Member Appointment. I have a mover, I believe Councillor Kent. A seconder, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent.
I would like to move the officer's recommendation and to, really this is simply about reappointing Mr Michael Quirk, who I've had the privilege of working with on the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. And just to say, I reiterate the comments of the Chair, Stephen Horn, as to Michael's contribution to the committee. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have an amendment to make. So a new point 2, please. Actually, we'll leave the current recommendation as point 1, please. And then second paragraph, point 2. So council at the August 2026 ordinary meeting Roman numeral 1, vary the terms of reference to allow for an additional non-voting councillor to be on the ARIC. Semicolon, Roman numeral 2, vary the terms of reference to open the ARIC meetings up to the public and all other councillors. Colon, semicolon, then Roman numeral 3, vote for 2 new councillors to be non-voting members on the ARIC, full stop. And I'll speak to this amendment.
Okay. Before we go there, as far as legislation is concerned with ARICs, are we allowed? Is it allowed to be open to the public? For voting for 2 new councillors, not voting members. I think that they're voting for the councillors. So having an additional person, I don't. Firstly, a comment is as an extra person on outside of legislation, and number 2, are we allowed? Is it allowed to be open to the public before we proceed?
No, it's not a meeting that's open to the public.
So this is not a legal motion.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, and okay, Councillor Moylan, I've just, as you've heard from governance, this is not a legal motion amendment, so I won't allow it. So would else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make another amendment. So point number 2. So back to point 1 for the current recommendation, please. And point number 2, in the August 2026 ordinary meeting, council vote for a new councillor to be on the ARIC.
Okay. Yep, I'm good with that one. Councillor Kent, move this. Do you accept this amendment? Okay, seconder, Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan.
Oh, yep, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's important that we rotate the councillors on the various committees to ensure we have true community representation. We also all have a lot to give, and we all need to be afforded the opportunity to be on the various committees. In terms of transparency, currently we receive minutes from the ARIC meetings, and a lot of them in my reading are, you can see, they're suggestive. You can see that there was a lot more of a discussion in the meeting, but you don't get the gist of what the discussion is. And for the reason of transparency, I think we need to have more fulsome minutes, and we also need to have different councillors on this committee. Now, the Honourable Shelley Hancock, when she was the Minister for Local Government, referred to one of the purposes of the ARIC was to provide accountability and transparency to the public of ratepayers' money. And to date, we've only had limited minutes. So I would also like to see a new councillor on the ARIC committee to come back and present to the council their understanding of the meeting and bring the minutes to light. This will achieve further transparency and go to the very point of why the ARIC was set up in the first place and go to the Honourable Shelley Hancock's intention. So I think we should share the opportunity of the various committees, and I also think it's a better representation of the community, and we need further transparency.
That is your time. Councillor Kent.
Just a question, please, to General Manager. When would the ordinary recasting of the representation on the ARIC be? And my reading of this wording would mean a new council would be basically, I don't mind getting more time back, but a new councillor would mean a new councillor, not me.
The terms of reference have the councillor appointed for the term of council, and that's consistent with the advice from the OLG.
Let's speak to this amendment. Okay. You go ahead.
I congratulate Councillor Moylan on her research into expectations from the state government on transparency and accountability. I would also like to say that I think that there's immense value in having different perspectives within that forum. I would like to acknowledge that there was a lot of confidence in Council's financial position by a majority of councillors until the AEC review, and we now know that things aren't as shiny and rosy. So that leads to a question of judgment. And I think it's good that we actually mix this up a bit and get some different eyes on what's happening within our organisation from different areas in our community.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, I'll now put this amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan. All those against? Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick, Councillor Champion. That is lost. We're back at the original motion. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, Councillor Kent, would you like your right to reply?
No.
Okay, we'll now put this motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 9.2.8, Councillor Code of Conduct Framework Reform. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There have been reports in the media recently about councillors that have had code of conduct complaints.
Apologies, I've got to get a seconder. Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan, proceed.
Reports in the media about councillors who have had code of conduct complaints put on them and drag out for nearly a year, forcing the councillor to seek legal advice, to defend themselves, even though the complaint was always doomed for failure. But nevertheless, the council drags out the investigation. Now, I can't talk about my personal experience. That will be for another time and possibly another place. But what I can say is I'm very thrilled that I will not be censured. Now, the best way to get to the point here is to quote the Minister for Local Government, the Honourable Ron Honig, who has been very clear about a councillor's freedom of political communication. This is a right that councillors have under the Australian Constitution. The Minister has referred to the Code of Conduct complaints made against councillors in Georges River to be part of what he called, and I quote, a culture of control. And due to this, the Minister, Honourable Ron Honig, has issued a performance improvement order on Georges Council. The Minister, in his own words, referred to this as, and I quote, the silencing of a democratically elected councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. That is your time. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, Councillor Moon. I don't think you need a right of reply because no one spoke, so I now put this motion. So I've put the motion. Councillor Governor, I'll just double check. There is no right of reply if no one else spoke. Okay, I'll now put this motion. All
No,
those in,
Mr Mayor, I have
I
an
have put-
amendment and you cut me off before
Councillor
I
Moylan,
could say it.
I called to put, and that's what we'll be doing. That's my ruling. All those
Mr
in
Mayor,
favour?
I move a motion of dissent.
Okay.
And
have
I'll
it.
speak to that.
Okay, and I'll remind you, councillor, to speak to only the ruling, not to re-prosecute the argument. Go ahead.
Well, I'll put forward, as per my right, under the Code of Meeting Practice, my reasons for dissenting. So you didn't allow me to put forward an amendment and you cut me off before I could say that I had an amendment. And that's what the ruling that I'm dissenting against.
Okay.
So I must explain my reasons for why I'm dissenting.
Okay, that's explained. Thank you, councillor.
No, I haven't got to that yet. You've raced ahead.
Sorry, I'm going
So
to
that's
pause you
the
there,
point.
councillor. Governance, are we satisfied with that explanation? Yep, we are. That's my ruling. So,
No, I move another motion
councillor, I'll
of dissent.
remind you
I'll move
that-
another motion of dissent,
again,
Mr.
councillor, I'm going
Mayor.
to call you to order for the second time now. That when I'm speaking, you're not to speak and remain seated. So I'm satisfied, and governance is satisfied, that you give your reason against the dissent. My reason against dissent is the record will reflect on the video that I called for any more speakers. There was silence. There is no right of reply if no one else has spoken. I put the motion. Now I'll put this motion of dissent to the vote.
I move another motion of dissent.
We will deal with that after we deal with this one. All those in, so we are ruling in favour of councillor Moylan, is that correct, if we agree? So I will now put the motion to dissent. All those in favour? Councillor Russell, councillor Moylan, all those against? Councillor Champion, councillor Farrell, councillor Foley, councillor Kent, councillor Smith, councillor Fitzpatrick. Now, governance, do I need to hear this second dissent before I count the vote? Okay, yes, your second dissent, councillor. So you're now dissenting to...
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll speak to my own motion of dissent. Thank you. I was not given the opportunity.
Councillor, we've
to
just
put
dealt with
forward-
that. We've
I'll finish my
your peers
sentence,
have just
please.
resolved.
No, I'm
against
talking
you.
about another ruling that you made.
Okay, what was the second ruling?
So I was not given the opportunity to put forward my reasons for my motion of dissent.
Okay.
So I will now do that.
No,
Thank
so
you.
you're
If
so
you
you're
could please
arguing
wait.
whether I should allow you to put the reasons forward. That is the dissent. Governance, can I get a ruling on that?
Mr. Mayor, the motion of dissent says that the Speaker can
Sorry,
explain
Councillor.
their reasons.
Sorry, councillor. So what you have explained is that you didn't allow you to put your reasons forward. That is your dissent. I will argue that the reasons were irrelevant because you were talking to the substance of the ruling. So I will now put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those in favour?
You've
So that is-
misunderstood me, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, this is my ruling.
Mr.
Councillor-
Mayor, I'll have to do a third one.
Councillor, I'm going to call you to order for the third time.
Point of order. The councillor keeps talking over the mayor.
Yeah. That ruling for a fourth time, I believe, now. So, councillor, I'm going to put the vote. I've called the vote on the second dissent. Councillor Russell, you had your hand up.
Mr. Mayor, I simply have
good?
not been able to
Councillor,
prosecute my motion of dissent.
That is
You
my
keep
ruling.
talking over
That
me.
is my ruling.
Please,
And
can we
again,
restore order here, please?
I'm going to call you to order for the fifth time. I will now put the vote. All those in favour? Okay, that is lost. We are now moving on.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor-
I will move a motion
Councillor,
of dissent.
I am going to overrule this. No, we're not going to go down this road again. That is it. That is my ruling.
Mr. Mayor, I'm moving a motion
Again,
of dissent.
point of order for the sixth time. You are now creating an active disorder in the chamber.
No, this has become...
Councillor? What we're going to
Mr.
do...
Mayor, I would simply
Councillor,
like
you
to
are
finish
still
my
continuing
sentence.
to talk over the chair. I have made my rulings. We are now moving on. The next item is item 9.
Mr. Mayor, I move a motion of dissent to be able to finish my motion of dissent.
Yeah, I put the vote and nobody voted for it. Oh, sorry. Apologies. Yeah. Okay, so now we're putting the vote of the 9.2.8 Councillor Code of Framework Reform draft submission.
All right, Mr. Mayor,
All those in favour?
Mr.
Councillor,
Mayor,
I'm
I
going
move...
to... Councillor, Councillor, that is my ruling. I'm going to ask you to be seated, please.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor, I'm
Mr.
gonna
Mayor, you are
I move that we
stopping me
take-
from speaking.
I move that we take a 5-minute procedural break, and I'm going to confer with governance about what to do with this situation. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Russell, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick. All those against? Councillor has abstained. We have a 5-minute break. We will resume at 7:02. Where we left off is we had a pause because Councillor Moylan was not coming to order. So just to clarify, Councillor, we had 2 motions of dissent. That is my ruling. You tried to raise a third. I wasn't allowing it. You continued to talk over me. There's been multiple breaches of the Code of Conduct. I am now ruling that we, so just to cover off where we left off, we were still within the motion of 9.2.8 and I had called it to be put. I need to now take that vote. So I will now take that vote. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On the record, I did not have an opportunity.
Sorry, Councillor, as I've
to
just
speak.
said, okay.
Mr Mayor, you're doing it again.
You're disrupting the meeting. Councillor, I'm actually going to rule that it is now an official act of disorder. And if you do continue and you do not sit down, I will put the vote to the councillors to have you removed from the chamber from disrupting this chamber and not allowing us to proceed with the business and not adhering to my ruling. So if you continue to interrupt, this is the final call. I will put it to the vote to have you removed from the chamber so that we can get on with the business of council. So I'm going to move on. I'll now put the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick. All those against? Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan.
Can I
Next
make
we
a
have-
request, Mayor Fitzpatrick?
Sorry?
Can I please make a request of the Chair, Mayor Fitzpatrick, that you slow down a little bit because I actually had questions.
Okay, Councillor,
I'm asking you a question. Could you slow down because I had questions and I don't, it was just, we went so fast.
Councillor, I make the calls. I ask you to have your hand raised or yell out. That's fine. Item 9.2.9, social media policy. Do I have a mover for this? Councillor Smith. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Foley. Councillor Smith.
All good? All right. I would like to move this. I think that in the last meeting we had extensive debate and I was also, I've actually been really fascinated by the debate both within the community, within this chamber, within the public forum. And so it's an issue very dear to my heart. I think it's a very serious issue. We need to take the online forum seriously and we need to really look at the way we behave as councillors and to also ensure that we remember that this is a workplace not just for councillors but for council staff. And so I am very happy to speak for the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Whilst the community are hitting potholes and finding extra money to fix their tyres, we are here talking about ourselves. And we're here talking about ourselves and how we engage with social media. And we're also looking at a policy which I believe further restricts councillors in their advocacy for residents. We hear a lot about psychological harm. Well, I want to talk about the psychological harm of residents. In particular, Mrs Schmeitzer of Bundanoon, who is now adding another 4 hours to her daily commute to her workplace because she hit a pothole in Bundanoon at 5 a.m. in the morning.
Councillor Foley.
Point of order, relevance to the item on the agenda. We're not talking about roads in this item.
Yeah, Councillor, uphold that. If you can stick to the topic of the agenda, please.
It is most definitely relevant because potholes are the #1 priority of community. And my point is that we need to be speaking about our community's priorities and not ourselves. So I reject that. I also want to talk about the psychological harm of residents on Richards Lane, Joadja, who twice a day...
Councillor, again, we've asked you to get back to the topic. I'm going to uphold that. Please get back to the topic that is social media policy.
And I'm embarrassed that if residents have to be viewing this meeting, I'm embarrassed that they have to be watching us talking about ourselves and social media. But I will address the substance of the policy, Mr Mayor. And the way I will do that is refer to the Honourable Minister for Local Government, Ron Honig's own words. He said, and he is very clear about the councillor's right to political communication under the Australian Constitution. And that trumps
Thank
the
you,
social
councillor.
media
That is
policy.
your time. Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Foley.
Just briefly, I think that it's really important to note what this policy is and isn't about. It's not about whether council or councillors communicate with the community at all. It's specifically about how we use social media to communicate, but really noting that we're not limited to just social media. We use other methods of communication. We have to, because not everybody is on social media. And supporting this policy is simply saying when we choose to use social media, this is the scaffolding, and I think that's important.
Okay, Councillor Moylan, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have an amendment to make that we delete 1 and 2, please. And we keep 3, we keep that, and we make it, actually, it doesn't need a number, but we keep the wording, thank you. And we take out the word refresher. And after councillors, we delete all of the words and we replace it with on the Office of Local Government guidelines on freedom of speech will be delivered to support councillors on understanding their role pursuant to the Local Government Act 1993. Full stop. And I'll speak to that amendment.
Okay, Councillor Smith, do you accept this?
No.
Okay, I'll need a seconder for this. Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation before us is to strengthen the governance in the social media policy. That is what this document is responding to strengthen the governance. Well, the key piece of governance is largely missing. And that key piece of governance, as I have talked to, is the Australian Constitution and the implied right to political communication under the Australian Constitution, Section 7 and 24. Councillors require this freedom of communication in order to discharge their duty under the Local Government Act. And the Constitution and our right to political communication trumps everything. It trumps the Code of Conduct, it trumps the Code of Meeting Practice, it trumps the Local Government Act, it even trumps the Work Health Safety Act, and it certainly trumps the social media policy. If we are going to do any more training, and we've already had it twice now, what's proposed in this document, let's do the training on the key piece of governance, which is our political communication, our right to political communication. Maybe then councillors will understand their role is to represent and advocate for residents, not to talk about ourselves. Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. That is your time. Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Russell.
I have questions through you, Mayor Fitzpatrick, to the General Manager. And I just thought this is a perfect opportunity to ask about, we had reference to angertainment at the meeting at which this social media policy went out. Is the Bowral Memorial Hall being provided free of charge to that speaker?
Point of order.
Councillor Foley.
I don't see how this is relevant to the amendment that we're examining right now.
Yeah.
Mr Mayor, could we start following the Code of Meeting
Sorry,
Practice,
Councillor.
please, and have valid points of
And
order?
that would mean not interjecting me, Councillor, for the umpteenth time. So I'm going to uphold the relevance. I'm going to ask the General Manager if she'd like to answer, and I will ask that we get to relevance. General Manager, would you like to answer that question?
No.
Okay, Councillor Jones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will speak to this. In relation, this is actually not unassociated with the previous resolution of council in regards to the code of conduct that contained in it, that is going out on public exhibition, but contained in it the intention that if councillors put in vexatious codes of conduct, then they would be charged out of their own stipend. So I am concerned that we don't spend ratepayers' money on vexatious code of conducts either from councillors or within
Councillor
staff.
Kent, have a point of order.
What have code of conduct, points of...
Yeah.
It was a previous item. It's rambling.
I'm going to call you to order on relevance, councillor.
The relevance is that if someone is speaking in accord with the freedom of political expression, that's a right enshrined in the Constitution, yet we have a social media policy that is unnecessarily restrictive without acknowledging the underpinning legislation, then we are at risk of code of conducts being issued on councillors that will not hold water. So we would just be spending ratepayers' money unless there is a really clear understanding that the Constitution comes first and a code of conduct that's put on another councillor because of this social media policy will not hold water if it complies with the Constitution, if the councillors' actions comply with the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Kent, would you like to speak to this?
No, just a procedural motion, please.
Yes.
In accordance with section 10.2.4 of the code, I'd like to propose a reduction of speaking time to 1 minute.
Okay, we have a seconder for that. Councillor Smith, could I get all those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick, all those against? Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan, that is carried. Councillor Champion, you want to speak to this?
Yes, thank you. We are talking about the, well, sorry, I don't have it in front of me anymore. I was going to read out the name of it. But the document that we're talking about in this amendment is important. I like it a lot. It's irrelevant whether I like it or not because it exists and I'm subject to it, as we all are. And as Councillor Moylan already pointed out, that our rights to freedom and political communication are enshrined at all levels of government, and this is no different. She also pointed out that we have had training and that we know about this document. So I support the contents of this document completely, but I don't see the training as necessary. And for the record, I also don't think that the proposed social media policy in any way threatens our right to political communication.
Thank you. I'd also like to speak to this amendment. I now put this amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan, all those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick. We are now back at the substantive motion. We'd also like to speak to this. Okay, right, a reply. Sorry, you want to speak to this? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I believe this motion is important primarily because of the conversations it's enabled us to have about safety, harassment and culture. For anyone who's been watching closely, this culture is already clear, but I want to name it. Right-wing populism and political cynicism in this chamber has been making it difficult for us to have a reasonable debate, and it's all been magnified by a tiny and shrinking online political and media environment. That online media is choked with conflicts of interest that are barely a hair's breadth away from this chamber. I oppose this motion for the same reason that I voted against it at the last meeting. While I believe the issues it attempts to deal with are critical for the safety and meaningful conduct of our democracy, I think those issues are cultural, and I don't believe they can be dealt with through this policy. As I understand it, the policy mostly reaffirms the legal rights and obligations that we already have. The policy itself says it confirms, it recognises, it clarifies, it reaffirms. Most of this does not indicate change. In the past, I've voted against proposals because I think they're redundant, so I will vote against this.
Thank you. Would else like to speak to this? Okay, I'll give a right of reply to Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So I would just like to clarify this particular policy is not us talking about ourselves. This is us talking about what is decent behaviour, what is acceptable, and to really set those sort of guardrails because, frankly, we need them. And the type of behaviour that has happened online has been divisive for our community, and so I'm very grateful for the debate, and I would like to commend this policy.
Okay, I'll now put this motion. All those in favour? Councillor Farrell, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick. All those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan. We have item 9.2.10, finance policies. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Kent, a seconder. Councillor Moylan, Councillor Kent.
I move the officer's recommendation.
Okay, we now like to speak to this. Councillor Moylan.
Question 3, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager. Under the debt recovery policy, it says there will be a removal of the hardship provisions, which will be presented to a council meeting by the end of this calendar year. And then it says it's noted that existing hardship provisions will be maintained. Can you please explain that to us?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So, councillors, we're proposing to separate, as Councillor Moylan said, separating out the hardship provisions from debt recovery. The reason for that is that debt recovery implies probably has a negative connotation. A hardship provision or a hardship or a financial support policy that is framed in a way of helping people and assisting people is the intent. So we're looking at separating. There's a very clear process for debt recovery and it's legalistic, letters of demand, all of those things. In terms of hardship or financial support or whatever we end up proposing it be called, is about how can we assist our community to meet their rates payments. It could be through different payment frequency. It could be looking at different arrangements to pay, or there may well be other provisions that we can look at. The revenue team are very empathetic and sympathetic, I would say, in working through if someone has lost their job or if they've had a particular circumstance for a period of time and how we can assist them. That is not debt recovery, that is about working with our ratepayers. So that's the intention behind that, Councillor Moylan.
Okay, Councillor Russell.
Through you, Mayor Fitzpatrick, to the General Manager, given that we're in a cost of living crisis, and I just had one resident call me today and say his rates had gone up 13% with the land valuation that's just come through, why are we delaying a review of our hardship policy? Why can't we do that? Why aren't we doing that now?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor. The provisions are still there. Part of the reason for delaying it is so that we've got time to look at a whole range of options. We'll be packaging that up as part of the report for Council to consider in October, when the decision comes back to the Council to make in terms of which option it wants to pursue in terms of the financial sustainability. There are a range of options that Council can consider. Part of also the consultation that's underway is receiving feedback from people around that as well. So that is the reason, Councillor. It doesn't mean in the meantime that there aren't hardship provisions that will be maintained, but we're looking at a refresh for around October, November.
Okay, Councillor Russell.
Through you, Mayor Fitzpatrick, to the General Manager, have we looked at any of the ideas that, for example, Payable have talked about people being able to pay their rates earlier, like on a periodic payment plan? Have we got anything like that as an option right now for rate payment in the pipeline?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we already offer that. Part of the sessions that we've been having with the community is actually explaining that that option is available for people. It's organised through a bank deduction, so it can be weekly, fortnightly, monthly, and it takes away that quarterly shock or the annual shock. So they're the types of things that will be wrapped up into some sort of financial support policy, whatever we call it, because it's not about debt, it's about assisting people making payments and as easily as we can and empathetically as we can, but also there might be times when we need to refer them to other agencies as well. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, I'd like to speak to this. Okay, right, a reply to Councillor Kent.
No.
I'll now put this motion. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Item 9.2.11, enabling works on the Moss Vale bypass tendering. Councillor Foley, you're moving that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Russell, Councillor Foley.
I support the officer's recommendation. These pipelines are really important for the Moss Vale bypass, which is an important project for the Shire.
Okay, and I'll speak to this. Councillor Moylan.
I have an amendment to make, Mr Mayor. So at the end of point 1, please, a comma, please. And then the words, subject to the completion of a benchmarking exercise showing at least 2 other similar tenders to justify the associated spend. And I'll speak to that. Thank you.
Councillor Foley, do you accept this?
No.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Russell, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. What we're looking at here is a single source or a tendering exemption for a large amount of money, ratepayers' money, and that's for the Moss Vale bypass. Now, on page 50 of the business paper, it refers to Transport for New South Wales, who managed a similar project, the Parkes bypass, and it was recently completed. It has similar gas pipeline, and this project has supported our staff in understanding pricing, logistics and negotiations. What I'm seeking to do here is to, in the circumstances, I understand the reason we are only going with this single supplier, and I accept those reasons, but we need to do everything we can to drive best value for ratepayers' money. And we also need to follow due diligence and benchmark whatever pricing we have against similar projects so that we can hand on heart say to ratepayers, we know we are spending your money wisely and we have this benchmarking information to compare it to.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith.
So just in relation to this, I have a question and perhaps of Councillor Moylan directly, if possible, because I know you have experience in procurement. How is that actually possible, what you're proposing? How's that possible if it says here there's not an availability of competitive tenderers? How on earth would we get 2 similar tenders for something so complex if there's... I don't quite understand, I guess, is my question through you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Moylan.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Smith. So benchmarking is simply a comparison of pricing. It is something that you can do with whatever information you have available. It's due diligence. It's a common practice, not only in procurement, but in business generally. It needs to be documented that the price that we are paying for the various elements in this tender, we have some frame of reference so that we can hand on heart say that we are doing the best we can in the circumstances to justify the spend and with whatever information we have. And there's a very similar project, as I was saying, the Parkes bypass that Transport for New South Wales have just completed. And there's elements of the pricing, logistics and negotiations that I understand staff have been working with.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you for that, Councillor Moylan. I do understand what benchmarking is. Just a question then through you, Mr Mayor, of the General Manager. Is this actually possible? Why would this have not been done?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll ask the Director to simply step us through. But in summary, APA are the authority over the pipeline, and they're looking at running the process that Councillor Moylan is talking about because of the speciality is probably not the right word. So there will be the competitive component to it, but they will be running that process. Mr McAllister, is there anything else that you wish to add?
Yes, just to clarify, so APA hold the licence for the pipeline. So we can't do any work on that without their consent. As part of their consent, they will actually run a tendering process. So they won't actually release, because it's highly specialised work, they won't actually release the names of the 10 people that can actually, or authorised contractors that can do the work. So they will actually run a competitive process. As late of today, I believe there are 8 companies in the running for that. So there will actually be market testing through that. If you refer back to Councillor Moylan's comments about Transport for New South Wales, that is a totally different process. Transport for New South Wales will actually provide you with their authorised contractors and allow you to actually go and engage their authorised contractors directly to do works on their roads. And a classic example is the intersection upgrade that we've done at Bong Bong Common. So it's a state-owned road owned by Transport for New South Wales, but we have engaged their authorised contractors.
Thank you. Before we go ahead, I'll move a procedural motion that we go till 8 o'clock. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Foley. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillor Champion, Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick. All those against, Councillor Kent. That is carried. So we go into 8, and where we left off with, I think, was anyone like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Russell.
I have a question through you, Mayor, to the General Manager. What provision, given that we're clearly a bit of a, what protections are there in this to ensure that we're not a captive client, acknowledging that often infrastructure projects blow out?
General Manager.
Before I hand over to the Director, one of the comments in the report is, and it was referenced earlier about the Parks bypass. So the staff have also looked at other projects in terms of pricing, logistics and negotiations to ensure that we're informed. We've also had advice. Mr McAllister, is there anything else that you'd like to add for Councillor Russell?
I'll just add that this project will be managed like all other projects with our project management framework. So we've done, I guess, some work to understand what the potential pricing is. There'll be a tender process that is going to be undertaken by APA. This is a grant-funded project. And as part of the project management framework, there's also contingencies built into that. If, for whatever reason, throughout the management of the project, there are unforeseen circumstances that make costs rise, then we can go through a variation process like all projects to actually seek a variation.
Okay, I'd like to speak to this amendment. I will now put this amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan. All those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick. That is lost. We are now back at the substantive motion. Would anyone like to speak to this? Right, reply to Councillor Foley. Okay, I'll now put this motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously, I believe. Yes. Item 9.2.1.2, plant equipment hire tender evaluation. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Foley, a seconder. Councillor Russell, Councillor Foley.
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question through you to the General Manager. The percentage of local suppliers is great in this panel. It's great for our local economy and it's great for the local suppliers. My question is, has this percentage gone up or down compared to the previous panel?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we'll take it on notice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Russell.
Mayor Fitzpatrick, through you to the General Manager, when was the last time we did a service review in this area to look at how we're achieving the service delivery when it comes to these rentals.
General Manager, do you need more context? Do you need to know what area? Or
Through you, Mr Mayor, in terms of reviewing, if you're looking at best value, part of the reason for refreshing tender panels is to test the market and make sure we are getting best value.
Thank you. Mayor Fitzpatrick, we seem to have misunderstood which end of I'm looking at the strategic review. When was the last time we did a strategic review of how we're acquiring these things? Given that I've had ratepayers come to me and say, why are we hiring excavators from Kennards
The adoption
Hire?
of the procurement policy?
No, the model of the provision of plant and equipment, whether we actually buy those, buy that equipment ourselves, or give that money to a company.
Mr Mayor, I believe we've answered that before. It's done on a case by case. It depends on the item of plant. It depends on the works that are coming up. It's not a constant. Councillor Russell.
So, Mayor Fitzpatrick, I'm still trying to get an idea of when we've looked at that. You can pick any example there, and when have we done a cost-benefit analysis of how we're servicing that?
I believe the General Manager's answered. Do you want to? Okay, that's okay. Anyone else like to speak to this? Okay.
Mayor Fitzpatrick, I would like to speak to.
Go ahead.
To this. I would like to congratulate Council on improving the number of local contractors on this. However, I feel like we're not there yet. I feel like we can do better. It's a matter of how much did we do, how well did we do it, who's affected by this and how did we help. I raised the issue last meeting that when money goes out of our shire, when the money went out of our shire in the contractor panels last year, that's a $20 million loss to our local economy in multiplier effects. So I know that we've got business as usual happening, and that there's a lot of work to be done, and I'm aware that service reviews take time. However, I hope we look at this in our financial sustainability service reviews that we now have in our draft delivery program, because it's a key area that we could look at improving, because everyone I know who've seen us go in and out of Kennards has just said to me, what are we doing? I mean, I'm glad we're supporting Kennards, but at the same time, we've got a responsibility to our ratepayers, and we know that local government can often get charged more. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this. Right to reply to Councillor Foley. Go ahead.
I'd just like to comment on the use of local suppliers here. As was pointed out, there's I think it's about 50% are local suppliers, but of the remainder, 30% are from our surrounding LGA suburbs such as Wilton, Thirlmere, Albion Park, Moreland and Picton, which very well may be supporting people that live in our area. So.
Okay, thank you. I'll now put this this motion. All those in favour? Councillor Champ, that's unanimous. I will move item 9.3.1, development assessment progress. Would anyone like to second this? Councillor Smith. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Russell, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Fitzpatrick, I have a question for Councillor Kent. I noted in the ARIC minutes they spent time discussing how an emphasis had to be on quality rather than a numerical outcome. Could you please expand on that discussion, please?
Councillor Kent?
No.
Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay. I will now put this, I don't need to write a reply. I'll now put this motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Item 9.3.2, investment reports. Councillor Foley, got your hand up. You happy with the officer's recommendation? Seconder for that, please. Councillor Smith. Councillor Foley?
I'm in support of the officer's recommendation.
Okay. Councillor Russell, you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. Question through you, Mayor Fitzpatrick, to the General Manager. Did we, there's a number of those funds that are coming up for expiry that are the term deposits. Could you explain, do you know where that they will be, that those funds will be moved to for the next stage?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the finance team manage the investment portfolio on a dynamic basis, so they'll look at what the cash, what the deposit rates are, what the cash rates are, and they'll take the best option. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Anyone else speak to this? Okay, I'll now put this motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 9.4.1, Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. Councillor Kent, you happy with the recommendation as it is?
Yes.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Moylan. Councillor Kent?
Nothing to say. It's a record of the minutes of the meeting.
Apologies, that was my fault. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Reading through the minutes, I was struck by the section that refers to code of conduct complaints, and also it refers to procedural fairness and the importance of that. Now, in light of the submission that we've just endorsed for a review into the code of conduct, and my comments that I was making referencing the Honourable Ron Honig, Minister for Local Government, and his points about controlling culture, and his words silencing councillors when they go to speak, and actually bringing code of conduct complaints upon councillors, and that this is all part of a silencing of councillors. I think it's very important that we turn our minds to this. And I'll actually talk to an issue. Now, the consultant that we use, called Sentium Proprietary Limited, had very damning comments made about them. And sorry, is this a valid point of order? Or?
Can I make it?
Councillor Kent.
What we're talking about, something that was outside of the meeting minutes. We're being asked to consider a set of meeting minutes.
Yeah, I'll uphold that, Councillor. Please stick to the topic.
Well, I'm talking about a conversation that was in the minutes, so it is wholly relevant, and I am talking about silencing councillors.
I'll give you another. I'm going to give you another 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr.
Please.
Mayor. I do appreciate it. So it was found by the Supreme Court in the Mattadali and City of Parramatta Council that Sentium, the consultant who reviews our code of conduct complaints, the Supreme Court was highly critical of them, and in particular the managing director, who was found to
Thank you, Councillor. That is your time. I'm going to speak to this. Okay. Right, a reply to Councillor Kent.
No, thanks.
Okay, I'll now put this motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Councillor Russell?
Yes.
I believe you're moving your nom.
Yes, with a change. Thank you.
Can I get that change on screen, please?
And I'll read out the change so everyone knows that Council direct the General Manager to rename the Delivering Better Services Framework the Best Value for Rates Policy Framework. 2, in the policy framework, include Council's governing body with the Executive in Step 1 in the Service Review Guidelines. 3, seek Councillor input into the scope of a service review at a Council meeting other than the June meeting of Council when we're adopting the budget. And I'll ask that we move a procedural motion that we return our speaking time for 3 minutes to discuss this issue.
Okay, so we have a procedural motion. Seconder, Councillor Moylan. All those in favour? Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan. All those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick. That is lost. Councillor, I'll get a seconder, please. Councillor Moylan. Councillor Russell, go ahead.
Firstly, I would like to thank staff on listening, because I note that in the draft delivery program we now have all the financial sustainability to ensure we're looking at all the service reviews. This Delivering Better Services framework was adopted in December 2023 during administration. For the first time, Council had a formal guide on how to conduct a service review. In this policy, it states basic principles of the model are placing our community first and committing to continuous improvement. It includes a direction that it be reviewed by newly elected councillors. Now the performance improvement order has lifted, we can support our staff with a collaborative review. Next, I propose we use words from the Local Government Act that we know resonate with our community. Let's adopt a best value for rates policy framework. A policy holds greater accountability and, quote the Act, we will carry out our functions in a way that provides the best possible value for residents and ratepayers.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'd like to speak to this, Councillor Molan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Russell. Can you elaborate on points 1 and 2 for me? What are you seeking to achieve here?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Moylan. The leadership strengths analysis shows that the skill sets in our governing body are predominantly strategic. Appropriately, our council team are strong in implementation. Our skills councillors are valuable in step 1 to support staff to determine what's in and out of each scope. We know that information may include the strategy guiding the service, stakeholder analysis, whether we review the model of service delivery, benchmarking KPIs, and critically the deliverables. The current framework here has great bones, and with councillor input into step 1 in the service review guidelines, we can support it to become truly excellent. This proposal for a revised value for rates framework is a golden opportunity to tick the box for community accountability and for us to lead continuous improvement in the design of each service review. Arguably, it is the next reasonable step to take as we, councillors, are in place now who are elected to represent our community.
Thank you. Look, and I'll just make a comment that we don't ask questions to extend speaking time. The question was to elaborate on 1 and 2, and I believed you continued your speech. So I allowed it to go ahead for the sake of the meeting, but I'm not going to allow it to go ahead again. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Kent.
Just a question to the General Manager, please. I feel like this emphasis on best value for rates and service reviews, we've had lots of discussion about this. Can you please outline how we currently ensure best value for rates? Thank you.
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So in accordance with the Local Government Act, Council, one of the functions is to carry out functions in the best way possible to achieve value for residents and ratepayers. And within the Local Government Act, Section 8A, it also then goes on to say that Council should plan strategically using the IPNR framework. And that is set when the Council comes in, the Council set the DP, the delivery program for the 4-year term, and the operational plan each year. Running alongside of that, as Councillor Russell noted, within the operational plan, we also provide a program of service reviews. Those service reviews are created through working with the ARIC. So the ARIC has met with the council. The council has endorsed the ARIC work plan or strategic plan for the 4-year term. The ARIC will also provide an annual report, and the chair, Mr Stephen Horn, will attend council as he did last year and provide an update. And the ARIC, through the ARIC, we look at the service reviews. Service reviews are one way to achieve best value. The other ways, which has been the topic of much conversation in the chamber, has been around procurement, around testing the market for tendering, around looking at service review models, maximising revenue, partnerships, a number of the strategies that were in the financial strategy that this council adopted back in June 2025. So it's not, service reviews are a valuable part of it, but it is one part of how we ensure best practice and best value. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I haven't heard much of Councillor Russell speak to this, so I do need to understand better point number 3. When you say seek councillor input into the scope of a service review at a council meeting other than the June meeting, so what do you mean by that? Do you mean on whenever we're doing a service review that council seeks councillor input?
Councillor Russell.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Moylan. So from the Service Reviews Program Guideline and Plan 2022, and this guideline is primarily adapted from Service Delivery Review, a how-to manual for local government, 2nd edition, June 2015, published by the Australian Centre of Excellence for Local Government. It has under key stakeholders, elected members can provide important information into scoping, community views and decision-making. Now, this policy was implemented when we were under administration, and so there wasn't the provision for councillors to have input into the scope. So that's the first part of your question, and now we can actually use the strategic skill set in our governing body, as I said. And then the second part of that is that at the June meeting of council, when we're adopting the budget, we have many items to consider, and we want to make sure that when we're looking at implementing these service reviews, say it might be in July that we start the first one, maybe we do 2 in July, that councillors are able to have input at that time, and we can collaborate with staff to get the best outcomes for our community. It's just a model of continuous improvement that I'm suggesting that we adopt.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Russell, you mentioned that something was brought in during administration. Is it the case that we were supposed to have done this earlier? Was there a resolution, or was there an expectation that we were going to do this body of work during administration? Have I understood that?
Councillor Russell.
Thank you for your question. Within the Delivering Better Services framework, it suggests that it is reviewed by a newly elected council to see how it might be improved, I would suggest. There are 2 parts here. There's first the overall model of continuous improvement and the results-based accountability on which this policy is based. Now, and then there is the fact that councillors adopt which service reviews that we want to prioritise. And I note that within the AREC minutes, we haven't actually, they have asked that scopes have more clarity. In the AREC minutes, one of the issues raised in service reviews has been that scopes, there could be more clarity in scopes and that we didn't actually complete the reviews. So now councillors might support more efficiency.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith.
I'd like to speak against this notice of motion. I think the General Manager has outlined how we are already doing this. This is part of regular business, so I'll be voting against this.
Okay, would else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to commend Councillor Russell for once again her leadership, particularly in finance, and as I said earlier tonight, Councillor Russell's relentless pursuit to advocate for the people who voted her in and drive best value for their money. This is in Councillor Russell's DNA, and that's why Councillor Russell has come to this chamber with this notice of motion. I see that this is formalises the service reviews. Currently, to be honest, the service reviews happen without our involvement, and we only hear about it after. As a councillor who is responsible for value for money, this puts councillors
at the forefront of the service review. And this is something that is a gap, in my view, on how we are delivering savings.
Thank you, councillor. Would else like to speak to this? Okay, councillor, right to reply.
Mayor Fitzpatrick, fellow councillors, General Manager Ms Campbell, executive team, staff, our community here in the chamber and watching online, I invite you all to share this vision that in 2027, Wingecarribbee Shire Council wins the most prestigious accolade in local government, the A.R. Blewett Award for the most progressive council in the state, a pinnacle of local government achievement. And for what? Excellence in implementing a progressive and rigorous governance framework that provides a guarantee for our community that we are performing to get the very best value in service delivery for our community. Collectively, we will feel exceptional pride and agency in what we have achieved in public service. Job satisfaction at Wingecarribbee Shire Council will reach an all-time high because this accolade will be attained through an active collaboration between this governing body, the skills of our highly qualified staff and stakeholder input.
Thank you, councillor. Okay, I will now put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan, those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Fitz, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. That is lost. And with that, I'll close the meeting at 7:53.
That was being incredibly reasonable.